All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is our regularly scheduled Board of Supervisors meeting for the County of Santa Clara. First item of business is a roll call to establish the presence of a quorum. Madam Clerk, if we could ask you to call the roll, please.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Here.
Supervisor Wasserman?
Here.
Supervisor Cortese? Here. Vice President Chavez?
Here.
And President Simidian.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you all very much. That takes us to item number 2, and that is the Pledge of Allegiance. So we'll ask all who are able to please stand and join us in the pledge, which will be led today by Supervisor Cindy Chavez.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And the next item of business is to receive remarks from outgoing President S. Joseph Simidian. That would be me. Thanks somebody who put the agenda together for describing me as outgoing. I've been called worse. Thank you. And I think what I'd like to do today is just say that during the past 2 years that it's been my privilege to serve as chair of this board. I've had the opportunity to serve with a really extraordinary group of people throughout the organization who are doing extraordinary and important work. Thank you for that opportunity. Beyond that, I think what I'd like to do is save the time we have today to hear from some folks who are apparently here to share their thoughts with us, and also from our incoming board chair, who we are about to elect, and that will give us the opportunity, Madam Clerk, to move on to item number 4, which is to elect the President and Vice President of our board for the year 2020, and we have had nominations previously. Nominated are Cindy Chavez as President and Mike Wasserman as Vice President. Because we are about to switch seats and because our computers and our voting screens have been programmed to reflect what we anticipate will be the new lineup here at the table, my understanding, Madam Clerk, is that we're going to do the motion and the vote for chair and vice chair in a single motion, colleagues, and that we will do it by voice and by voice vote. So if that's clear, what I will do at this time is ask, is there a motion to elect Supervisor Cindy Chavez as President and Supervisor Mike Wasserman as Vice President for the 2020 calendar year?
So moved.
We have a motion from Supervisor Ellenberg, and we have a second, I believe, from Supervisor Cortese. Are there any other nominations or motions? If not, we will move immediately to a vote. We have a motion to elect Supervisor Cindy Chavez as President, Supervisor Mike Wasserman as Vice President. I'm going to ask all of you to please indicate your support by saying aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? Are there any abstentions? If not, then we can say congratulations without objection, and hearing none, it is a unanimous vote to elect Supervisor Cindy Chavez as President and Supervisor Mike Wasserman as Vice President.
Well, good morning, everyone. I want to make sure people had both Wheaties and coffee. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. All right. I'm really delighted to be here, and we're going to have our State of the County on the 29th, so I'm not going to make a big, long speech. But one of the things that has really, really been important to me and very impressive to me is what a smart, kind group of people both I serve with here on the dais, our execs, and all of you. And with that, it really is an honor to get to be chair of such a board. I will say one thing, that many of you won't be here when we talk about this, but my goal is to be chair just this single year. And the reason is that we have now had a new really practice and policy to be chair for 2 years, but one of the people, we had Supervisor Cortese was chair for 3 years as we were kind of figuring this new process out, and I didn't want Supervisor Wasserman, who I have a great deal of respect for, to miss out on getting 2 years because he'll be leaving the board in a few years. So what that means is the reason I said yes to this year and to agree to do it for 1 year is that this is the 100th anniversary of a woman's right to vote. And it seemed really appropriate to have a woman be chair. And I just want to acknowledge that the last woman who was chair was Supervisor Liz Niss, who's in the back of the room, and she was chair 10 years ago. And so we had a long time to wait for a woman, so let's give her a round of applause and get started. Now, Supervisor Wasserman and I are going to work as a team, and so we're going to start that teamwork now by acknowledging Supervisor Simidian. So we'd like to ask Supervisor Simidian to come forward. And there's a beautiful gavel I'm supposed to give him. Oh, there we go. Thank you. And this is a very formal token of our appreciation for Supervisor Simidian. And for those of you who've been in the board chambers, you know he likes his gavels. So here we go with that.
Thank you.
But to really honor him is to know him. And on the one hand, there are lots of things that you could say about him that are kind, and I could be effusive. On the other hand, we could also talk about some of the work he's done. And I'm going to do that right now, on the other hand, which is to talk about the work that he's done, because all of it has been memorable, not regrettable.
That's right.
All right. For those of you who know him, you know he says that word a lot. So among his accomplishments was working with the Buena Vista community, which saved 100 homes for really low-income folks in Palo Alto. He led us to be thinking about teacher housing by establishing a really, I think, challenging, intricate program that we're also going to be starting, and I think we're going to learn a lot from that model. He spent a lot of time focused on Hope and Mercy Street, making sure that that shelter had everything it needed. He has focused us on privacy in a way that I think no other local government in the country has, and in a good way. I wasn't even being hilarious then. And really, he has been someone that I have learned a great deal from. Now, there are things that when you know someone that well that you want to acknowledge about them. And this is our to-go kit for him. And I want you to know that the gift was specially chosen. Nothing's popping out. Just pull it out. We want you to open it for everybody. There's no... And maybe Mike, you can give the history on the first gift. I think you've become this lovely assistant. Hold on one sec. Oh, here it is. Take that first. Mike, can you say what it is?
This is a Diet Pepsi personalized license plate.
Vintage 1979.
1979. And if I have a substance abuse problem, this is it. So, they do know me well, and apparently, all right. And I'm going to take my seat at this time with apologies to former Supervisor Ken Yeager. All right.
We're going to do a group photo.
Quick photo? Okay.
And I wanted to say, Mike Wasserman is the one who found that cool license plate. Isn't that awesome?
Thank you, Mike.
Yeah,
That's,
that was
quite
really
something.
good. And we all signed it, so it's going to be really worth something someday.
There you go.
All right.
Fine Diet Pepsi, all the way. Neon sign wasn't going to work.
Jennifer.
Thank you very much, and thank you all. It's nice to have so many of you here to celebrate this. We're now going to move to our invocation, and for that I'm going to turn to Supervisor Cortese.
Well, thank you, President Chavez. I'd like to invite Audrey Rumsby, Artistic Director for American Youth Shakespeare, and her team to the dais area here. And American Youth Shakespeare is a theater company and conservatory dedicated to creating high-quality programming and training for young people in Santa Clara County. Through the production of full-length Shakespeare plays and their tutoring program, young participants, their families, and audiences are being encouraged and empowered by the American Youth Shakespeare. Thank you for the work you do, and we'll turn the floor over to you. Please welcome them.
There we go.
Oh, there we go. All right, now we're talking. Okay, great. So again, my name's Audrey Rumsby. I'm the artistic director. If you're interested in finding out more about what we do as a company, go ahead and type in Youth Shakespeare on Google, and guess what? We're the first thing that comes up. So we're real easy to find. Today I've brought with me several of our young performers from the company. We've got Max Klaus, Diego Carrillo, and Violet and Griffin Sanders. And their costume today in hand-sewn pieces from our Victorian collection. And they're going to perform for you a flurry of 9 of Shakespeare's plays. So you're going to hear text from 9 of Shakespeare's plays along with a sonnet. Ready, guys? All the world's a stage.
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 This day is called the Feast of Crispian. He that outlives this day and comes safe home will yearly on the vigil feast his neighbors and say tomorrow is St. Crispian. Then will he strip his sleeve and show his scars and say, tomorrow is St. Crispian. And this story shall the good man tell his son. And Crispians shall ne'er go by from this day till the ending of the world, but we in it shall be remembered. We few, we happy few, we band of brothers. For he that sheds his blood with me today shall be my brother, be he ne'er so vile. This day will gentle his condition, and gentlemen in England now abed will think themselves accursed they were not here, and hold their language cheap, whilst any speaks that fought with us upon St. Crispin's Day.
I know you all, and will a while uphold the unyoked humor of your idleness. Yet herein will I imitate the sun, doth permit the base contagious clouds to smother up his beauty from the world, that, when he please again to be himself, he may be more wondered at, and attract more eyes than the Mishawaka. He may be more wondered at, by breaking through the foul and ugly mist that had seemed to strangle him. If all the year were playing holidays, to sport would be as tedious as to work. But when they seldom come, they wished for come, and nothing pleaseth but rare accidents. So when this loose behavior I throw off, and pay the debt I never promised it, by how much better than my word I am, by so much shall I falsify men's hopes.
Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? Thou art more lovely and more tender. Rough winds do shake the darling buds of May, and summer's leaves have all too short a date. Sometimes too hot the eye of heaven shines, and often is his gold complexion dim, and every fair from fair sometime declines, by chance or nature's changing course untrimmed. But thy eternal summer shall not fade, nor lose possession of the fair thou owest, nor shall death drag thou wanderest in his shade, when in eternal lines of time thou growest. So long as men can breathe, or eyes can see, so long lives this, and this gives life to thee.
Tomorrow, and tomorrow, and tomorrow,
in this petty pace from day to day to the last syllable of recorded time, and all our yesterdays have guided fools the way to dusty death. Out, out, brief candle, life is but a walking shadow, a poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing.
Friends,
Romans,
Countrymen,
lend me your ears.
to be,
Or not to be.
That is the question. We are such stuff as dreams are made of. Some are born great.
Some achieve greatness.
and some have greatest thrust upon them.
All the world's a stage.
All the world's a stage.
All the world is stage.
All the world's a stage.
Thank you, Supervisor Cortese and the American Youth Shakespeare troupe that came to join us. Give them another big round of applause. That's amazing. Thank you for getting us started today. We're now going to move to item 7, and this is to announce adjournments in memoriam. And I'd like to begin with Supervisor Cortese.
Again, thank you again, President Chavez. On a more somber note, obviously, I want to spend a few minutes, maybe a little bit longer than I usually do, acknowledging the loss of somebody that we, who knew him, and many knew him, referred to as Shorty Joe. Joseph, his Americanized name, but his birth name, Giuseppe Quartuccio. And I know his daughter Joanne is here, and possibly a couple other family members. Would you just stand for a moment and be acknowledged? We always appreciate it when family can be here. Thank you so much. We'll hear about the great lineage that they are from. So Shorty Joe is our local country music swing star. Saying he was our local is a little bit of an understatement, and you'll hear about that here momentarily. He passed away December 22nd at the age of 95 with his daughter, son-in-law, and family by his side, and I'm glad you all could be there. Joseph Giuseppe Quartuccio, as I said, also known as Shorty Joe, was born in Monreale, Sicily, on February 10th, 1924, to Joe Sr. and Jenny Quartuccio. He's survived by his daughter Joanne, and his death was preceded by his wife Jenny not so long ago, his son Joel, and his brother Tony. He's also survived by his 2 sisters, Rosie and Margie, and he's survived by his 4 grandchildren, Greg, Denise, Nicole, and Christine, and he enjoyed having 6 great-grandchildren. He was married, they were married, for 73 years. And they met as prune pickers at the ages of 11 and 12 right here in the Santa Clara Valley. During their long, happy lives, they traveled the world and owned a ranch in East San Jose. In fact, just a stone's throw from where I grew up. I visited that ranch many times. Shorty and Jenny lived a wonderful, blessed life and were an excellent example of true unconditional love. They were longtime members of the Italian American Heritage Foundation, and the Italian American Heritage Foundation will now establish a scholarship fund in his and his wife's memory called the Joseph and Jenny Quartuccio Memorial Scholarship. And of course, should anyone wish to donate, the IHF will send acknowledgement letters to the family as well as to the donors. Here's where maybe it gets a little more interesting for the general public, if you didn't know his story. He was elected to the Country Western Swing Hall of Fame and was a personal friend to many of us. He left an artistic legacy that we can treasure via his recordings in a biography which was edited by Steve Hathaway. I want to take the time to read from an Italian-American newspaper that did a piece on him some time ago. When you think, it starts like this. When you think of Italians in music, you might just think of great opera composers, Verdi, Puccini, Rossini, or the powerful voices of Caruso, Pavarotti, and Bartoli. But your mind fills with the smooth sound of Sinatra and Martin, and that's only part of the Italian-American musical history. What if I told you that Italians also made the best toe-tapping, boot-scooting country and Western music right here in California? It goes on to talk about Shorty Joe's birth, which I just went over, and the fact that he immigrated to the United States with his family as a little boy in 1930 by way of New York, as so many others did. And it was in the era of the Great Depression that the Guartuccio family made its living, like so many of us of Italian heritage, as farm laborers and cannery workers. He had the great opportunity, of course, to travel much in his later life. Bear with me, please. As I said earlier, Shorty Joe started picking fruit at age 12, then moved into cannery work until the outbreak of World War II when he joined the Navy and became an aviation mechanic. After his discharge from the military, he was hired by NASA and eventually assisted in training astronauts and jet pilots at NASA's Ames Research Center at Moffett Field, Mountain View. But that was just his day job. When he was a young boy, he listened to the radio, and that's when he fell in love with country music. The article goes on to talk about how he talked his way into, and I'm not sure if he talked his way in or snuck in, but to an early country, what would then be called a country and western show, The Sons of Pioneers, led by Bob Nolan. It cost 10 cents admission at the time. He didn't have the 10 cents. It worked his way in. Somebody gave him a chair backstage, and that was the beginning of what became an extraordinary relationship between Shorty Joe and country music. He did that a few more times, including at a Dude Martin radio show in Oakland. But eventually, before World War II, he formed his own country trio. The trio quickly became 8, and in no time at all, it was called Shorty Joe and the Red Rock Canyon Cowboys, whose original members were all Italian-American, were recording under the Golden West and Bella labels. Their popularity continued to grow, and they soon found themselves performing in larger venues with their music gaining more and more radio time. The original songs had a distinct Bay Area sound, and one of Shorty Joe's favorite compositions is In Santa Clara Valley around Old San Jose. They performed at Tracy Gardens in San Jose, now the site of the Valley Fair Mall, to huge audiences and shows that were aired live on the radio. They played to sold-out crowds all over Northern California alongside Hank Williams, Roy Acuff, and Lefty Frizzell. Shorty Joe's been honored as a living legend by the Italian American Heritage Foundation. He's an elected member of the Country Western Music Hall of Fame, as I mentioned earlier, for his work in bridging country music with Western swing. It was just recently noted by the Italian Consulate General of San Francisco, where he was recognized for his contributions to music and for providing a positive portrayal of Italians in America. Today, his band recordings are housed at the Southern Folklife Collection at the University of North Carolina. To add to his accomplishments, Shorty Joe achieved all of his musical ambitions without ever giving up his career at NASA, where he retired after 30 years of service. As you could tell from the story, he and his wife and family lived right here in our valley for most of their lives. Just in very recent years, he moved to Sacramento as he became less ambulatory and less able to get around. And we missed him. I was able to stay in touch with him very often. He's one of the most humble and kind men I have ever met, and particularly given his role as an entertainer. He just didn't have that kind of a false self that you would see so often with somebody who was on the stage who had to put on an act and be in a theater mode all the time. He was truly a humble and wonderful person. We'll miss him greatly. I will say he was He was assertive when he wanted something, though. And I want to note, because I think it's important sometimes when we're recognizing people posthumously, that we did recognize him while he was alive more than once. And in fact, one day when I was on the city council back here, when the old city hall was still open, he came to me after having received a commendation from the city council and the mayor that had been presented out in the community, I believe at the Italian American Heritage Foundation. And he said, but I appreciate that so much, but I need a photo with the mayor. So I said, well, we can arrange that. And I talked to the mayor, of course, and he came in for a few minutes. They both sat on the mayor's desk in City Hall. I mean, literally sat up on the desk and did a photo op with that plaque, and he was very pleased. I'm sure that photo's around somewhere in the family archives. But that was Shorty Joe. He wasn't going to pull any punches in terms of what it was that he wanted to accomplish, and certainly he accomplished an amazing amount over his career. Thank you all for allowing me what would be probably a little extra time to pay a modest tribute to his life. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the family, and we're very sorry for your loss. Thank you for being with us. I'll now move to my colleague, Supervisor Simidian.
Thank you, Madam President. And colleagues, today I would like to ask that our board adjourn in memory of two very different but two very extraordinary individuals. The first is Hannah Callahan, who many of you know was the Director of Government Ethics at the Markkula Center at Santa Clara University. And Hannah passed away suddenly on January the 4th of a pulmonary embolism. She was just 63 years old and left behind her husband Mike and sons Grant and Chad. For those of you who worked with Hannah in her role as Director of Government Ethics at the Markkula Center, you know that she believed that men and women of goodwill could work across the aisle. She believed that we could be both civil and passionate as advocates for the causes that we believed in. She literally wrote the book on campaign ethics. And so, of course, we send our condolences to her family. But I think we also should take a moment to mourn the loss of a woman who made the public arena a more decent and humane place in which to debate the issues of our times. There will be a memorial service for Hannah Saturday, January the 18th at 6 p.m. at the Mission at Santa Clara University. And it was a privilege to work with her at the Markkula Center. The next in memoriam is a name that may not be familiar to many in the room, but a figure on the national literary scene, Ward Just. Ward Just passed away at the age of 84 just last month. And he came to my attention because as a former reporter for the Washington Post back in the Vietnam War era, who was injured during his work covering that war, he later went on to become the author of something like 19 novels and numerous short stories. And the reason I'm asking that we acknowledge his passing today is because he wrote in a way that was true and real about the work of our government, our political system, our diplomats. And he eschewed the sort of pop culture tendency to portray all that in a cartoonish way or with characters who were more caricature than real. And particularly in this day and age, I think it's important to take a moment to express our appreciation for people who write and who write what is true and who communicate both the challenges and the extraordinary possibilities of work in the public space. So I wanted to acknowledge his passing. He's someone I had a chance to get to know briefly. And we not only mourn his passing as a literary figure of extraordinary talent and accomplishment, but also send our condolences to his wife, Sarah Catchpole, and to his family as well. Thank you, Madam President. I appreciate the
Thank you,
opportunity.
Supervisor Simitian.
President Chavez, can I just, I was remiss in not acknowledging that there were several members, including Ken Borelli here from the Italian American Heritage Foundation, relative to my earlier in memoriam. I just wanted to acknowledge that for the record. Thank you.
Thank you all very much for being here. And again, we're very sorry for the loss of your family member and your friend and a leader in our community. We're going to move to item 8, and this is where we do our commendations and proclamations. And Supervisor Cortese, we're going to begin with you.
Could I ask Tim Ritchie to please come forward? Tim, I know you're here somewhere. I don't know if you're here alone. If you have anyone else you want to bring with you, that's fine. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I take this time to congratulate Tim Ritchie, who has served as president and the CEO of the Tech, formerly branded for so many years as the Tech Museum of Innovation, changed its name slightly recently, but he has been there since 2011, and he's going to be leaving at the end of the month to start his new role as president of the Museum of Science in Boston, Massachusetts. A very, very prestigious role. Almost as prestigious as the one you had here, right? As a member of the board of directors representing the board of supervisors, the board of directors of the Tech, I've had the joy of working alongside Tim for a number of years at this point. Since Tim joined all of us in 2011 and took on the leadership role at the Tech, that nonprofit organization has made ambitious strides in its mission to inspire the innovator in everyone and has transformed the landmark San Jose institution into a true community resource. Under his leadership, the Tech brought home the National Medal for Museum and Library Services in 2015, which is the nation's highest honor conferred on museums and libraries for service to the community. He also cemented the Tech as an international leader for creating interactive STEM experiences. For example, one of its ventures, the Bio-Tinkering Lab, empowers visitors to use biology as technology and was recently awarded the Leading Edge Award for Visitor Experience, which is the equivalent of an Oscar in the world of exhibits. The Tech has raised more than $100 million to fund exhibits and educational programs, many of them aimed at closing the opportunity gap in Silicon Valley. The Tech Academies program, for example, reaches about 30,000 students every day in underserved San Jose and South Santa Clara County schools. I just want to pause from my prepared notes for a moment and say that when Tim first arrived here, one might be a little judgmental as an outside observer or as a member of the Board of Supervisors, like I was, of course, at the time, in terms of the Tech's ability to reach out to the underserved, to the full geography, and diversity of our community. But before I could say anything to our new leader, he approached me and said, I know your background, I know the area you're elected from and what you represent, and people have told me that you could help introduce me to the poorest neighborhoods, to the most underserved school districts and students. Will you please do that? Because I want to make sure that we are reaching everyone. And of course, I introduced him to my staff, but in all seriousness, we gave Tim a tour of exactly what he was looking for, and it was really kind of an emotional day for me when I showed up at the Tech Challenge, the Youth Challenge that's done every year, about a year later. and saw groups of kids coming in from the poorest census tracts in Santa Clara County, and you all know we have some poor ones, engaging and seeing the future and winning at this challenge that they were given at this annual event that's held every year. And you really have, there's really been no looking back ever since. You've continued on that mission. I think it's permanently embedded. You've done so much, as I have begun to acknowledge here, Tim, including the hard job of raising all that money that you've been raising. But I think that outreach, which is part of who you are in the world, has been a life-altering change here in Santa Clara County and for the Tech. As I noted, the name was changed because the Tech has recently announced a new 20-year vision to reach 100 million people a year around the world by 2039. The Tech's already started to deliver professional development workshops and resources to teachers and communities around the world. And now, with that said, I'd like to invite Mr. Ritchie, in his own words, to say a few words before I present the commendation. Tim, thank you again for everything you've done. Let's give him a round of applause.
I don't have too much to say except that it's been such a privilege and an honor to be here in Santa Clara County. I think the quality of civic leadership is so tremendous here. Really, the whole world has its eyes on this county. History really has its eyes on what Silicon Valley is going to do. The quality of civic leadership here I have seen, and through civic participation, you are bold when it comes to the vulnerable. I think you're creative when it comes to the innovative, and you're wise when it comes to the powerful. And you won't agree on everything, but you will be committed to those things. And that kind of integrity and civic leadership gives the strength to organizations like the Tech to do what it needs to do to help talented people who lack opportunity get opportunity in this age. So thank you to you, Dave, for your leadership, to the board here, and to this community. History has its eyes on you, and I hope that, and I know that this county will do great things. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tim. And I'm going to ask my colleagues on the Board of Supervisors to come down for a photo that we're going to do in a formal presentation of this commendation, because all of us have had a strong relationship with you, Tim, and with the Tech. Thank you.
Congratulations, that's so awesome.
Remember the A's.
Congratulations. Really, good luck. Our next presentation is from Supervisor Ellenberg.
Thank you, President Chavez. I'm going to just start by saying, with all due respect to folks who do not have children, parenting is probably the hardest job in the world. It is 24/7 and beyond. It is exhausting, it is exhilarating, and under the very, very best of circumstances, it is challenging to get it right any day. It is my honor today to present a proclamation to proclaim January 2020 as Positive Parenting Awareness Month, both here in Santa Clara County and across the state of California. And I'd like to invite Jolene Smith, who's the Executive Director of First Five Santa Clara County, to come and stand with me while I read a few lines of the commendation that I have here, to both applaud the work that has already been done and also highlight the resources available and the importance around positive parenting. Thank you, Supervisor. So, whereas Raising children and youth to become healthy, confident, capable individuals is the most important job parents and caregivers have. And whereas the quality of parenting or caregiving, starting in the prenatal period, is one of the most powerful predictors of a child's future social, emotional, and physical health, and whereas positive parenting can prevent or mitigate the effects of adverse childhood experiences, such as child abuse, neglect, or other traumatic events that can create dangerous levels of stress and impair lifelong health and well-being. Whereas in Santa Clara County, families come in many forms, and children are raised by parents, grandparents, foster parents, family members, and others. And whereas community members, businesses, early care and education providers, schools, faith-based organizations, nonprofit service providers, and government agencies all play a vital role in supporting parents and caregivers to raise happy, healthy children. Whereas in our county, families can receive support from various parenting programs available to them, such as the Triple P Positive Parenting Program, an evidence-based program that has been offered in English and Spanish since March of 2011, thanks to a partnership between the County of Santa Clara Behavioral Health Services and First Five Santa Clara County. Whereas during the month of January, First Five Santa Clara County, along with public, private, and nonprofit partners, will be increasing awareness of the importance of positive parenting and the availability of resources such as Triple P. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Santa Clara does hereby proclaim the month of January of 2020 as Positive Parenting Awareness Month. Jolene, I want to particularly thank you for your dedication and work to ensure that we are prioritizing our children, their well-being and success while supporting their parents and caregivers. And I would encourage all of you to thank someone today, this week, and this month who in some form is parenting a child.
Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you, Supervisor Allenberg, for bringing forward this proclamation, and thank you once again to this amazing group of people that stand behind us in everything we do and their strong commitment to the children and families of this community. I am so proud of everyone that we serve, and I'm proud of every parent in this room or everyone who has ever given a child a positive message that they are valuable, that they are significant, and that they matter. You are here today because someone in your life, some significant adult, be it your parent, your grandparent, your caregiver, your teacher, gave you that message. And by the board proclaiming today that this be Positive Parenting Month in Santa Clara County only reaffirms this board's commitment in the healthy development of our children and their ability to grow in this community, thriving and able to reach their full potential. So once again, I thank our board, and I thank all of you for what you give to the children of this community. Thank you.
It's just the language in the combination. I have the rest.
Let's give Jolene Smith and First Five one more round of applause. She She really is one of the most amazing leaders we have in the Valley. This has been a special day. I want to thank all of you who joined us for adjournments and commendations. We're now going to move to item 9, and this is our public comment section. And this is for folks to speak to an item that is not on the agenda but within the purview of our board today. And it means that we can't respond directly to comments or questions, but we're looking forward to hearing from all of you. We have over 15 speakers, so each speaker will be allotted 1 minute to speak. I'm going to call up our speakers and ask you to come forward in the order that I've received these cards. I'll begin with Mayor, Council Member, I'm not sure, Liz, you have so many titles. If Mayor Niss, former President of the Board, could come forward, she'll be our first speaker, and each speaker has 1 minute, to be followed by Adam Cole, to be followed by Dolores Morales, and then Sven, Madeline, Mikhail, Jasmine, Catherine, Jody, Francis, Patrick, Victoria, Zeb, Mark Trout, Ted Scarlett, and Scott Largent. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Congratulations to you, President Chavez, and to you, Vice President Wasserman. And I looked at it and I thought this morning, I've served with everyone but you, Susan. How'd you get left out? So I particularly want to commend Supervisor Samiti and Joe, who has been our terrific champion in the North End for now 2 full years. We really appreciate it. And I think I'm also just slightly going to, I don't mean it to sound negative in any way, but don't forget us at the North End. You know, it's a long way. We realize it's a good 45 minutes on a busy day, but we do good work up there too, and we so appreciate your support. And again, congratulations. Hope you have a fabulous year, and I look forward to watching all of you. Thanks so much.
Thank you for joining us. I'm going to ask if folks just want to line up all the way down, Dolores, just come right up, and that way we can proceed. And one thing I do want to say is that we try not to clap or cheer or anything because we want to make sure everybody feels welcome no matter what their opinion is. So I'm asking that more out of fairness. And the reason I'm a little strict about the time is I want to be fair about that too. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Adam Cole with SEMA staff. We have 13 speakers here today to talk about our ongoing contract negotiations as well as the impact of the pension contribution disparity. SEMA appreciates the movement the county has made thus far in our pension. However, the current offer does not cure the underlying issue of promotion to a loss in pay. Even under the current pension reduction offer, a line staff employee who promotes and sees a 10% gross pay increase would only realize a 1.9% take-home pay increase. That's under the county's current offer. What that means is loss of any differential, overtime, or shift pay will mean the employee is still realizing an actual reduction in pay when they promote. You'll hear from managers today who can't promote employees to fill their vacant SEMA positions, and you'll hear from managers who are considering demoting into one of their own codes to realize an increase in pay. Now is the time to resolve the pension disparity. We're looking for your support in a complete reduction to the statutory minimum of SEMA's pension contribution. Thank you.
Dolores Morales, and I'm proud to serve as a SEMA president. I'm proud to see our members here today to express the importance of our contract. I want to share with you that it's been very frustrating being at the table as problem solvers. It's really disheartening to see labor relations on behalf of the county taking positions such as intentionally creating disparities such as uniform allowance. It is unclear why the county doesn't resolve issues in terms of flexibility for a number of our 24/7 facilities that are currently limited by our contract language. As a public servant and as a taxpayer, these are important issues because it's hard to understand why the county would create situations where it would be an increase in overtime and putting people at risk, especially when we have a lot of labor, human resources limitations and timelines that actually impact our work. I urge you to consider the culture that is being created by not addressing the promotional opportunities that our young staff work really hard to do. Thank you.
Welcome.
Good morning, Board. My name is Sven Bofa, currently new SEMA member. Originally, I was 521. I was so happy to become SEMA until I saw my paycheck. I didn't realize that going from a 10% increase into a 16% contribution, I lost pay. And not only that, 521 used to have overtime and PTO, no longer for me. So currently right now, I'm supporting ADO and PDO office, and I'm working the weekends, but I don't get any overtime. Either way, I still have to work because we have things to do and our offices need these things to be done. But other than that, I don't know. Please consider about reducing our contributions to the minimum allowed, if need be. That'd be great. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thanks. Good morning. My name is Madeline Swart. I'm here today to read a statement written by my colleague, Kate Kelsey, who couldn't make it here today. So this is her statement. In December 2018, I was promoted from an SEIU position of Senior Epidemiologist to the SEMA position of Senior Research and Evaluation Specialist. After this promotion, my biweekly gross pay increased by $356. However, my PERS contribution increased by $446, resulting in a take-home pay decrease of $90. This means that by accepting the promotion, I lost $2,340 last year. Because of this, I'm now taking steps to be voluntarily demoted back to the senior epidemiologist position. I ask the board to please support a reduction in SEMA's PERS contribution to the legal minimum.
Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Mikhail. I've been with the county for almost 2 years. When I was initially applying for this job, my wife and I were residing in Chicago, Illinois. And when I got the job offer, it was a really, really tough decision for us to make. In the end, we ended up going with the offer and moving across the country just based on how much we would anticipate making, saving, and then being able to progress financially. On the third Friday of my week at the county, I got my first paycheck and was shocked to see the take-home pay. I went to HR and told them there had been a mistake on my paycheck, to which after speaking with the HR rep, she communicated to me that there was a 16% SEMA deduction from my paycheck, and this was the first time I've ever heard about this. It created an awkward conversation going home, talking to my wife, and just explaining that all of this stuff and the plans that we've made even to move across the country aren't actually going to go according to plan. For that reason, I hope you guys would reconsider.
Good morning. My name is Jasmine Saki, recently promoted as a new program manager of therapy services at O'Connor Hospital. I spent 20 years working in the hospital building my career. When I had the opportunity to apply for this position, my biggest hesitation was knowing that despite the promotion, I will actually have a decrease in my paycheck. I appreciate the benefit of having good retirement. However, we live in Silicon Valley. I have a home, a family, a son that's in college. On a practical standpoint, cash flow is very important. I find it ridiculous that I got a significant promotion in my career and yet actually making less money. I would recommend to review the contract to reduce our pension contribution to a minimum. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning to the board and President Chavez. My name is Catherine Gomes, and in September 2019, I celebrated 20 years as a county employee, and I have just been a supervising investigator with the alternate defender for about a year now. In the time as an investigator and then moving into management, I saw that it's so important for employees to have motivation to continue to grow and seek educational opportunities. When there's motivation to promote, grow, everyone wins. The county, the populations we serve, all of our colleagues. However, when employees understand promoting will create a financial hardship, there's a risk of losing these valuable resources in management. The most concrete way to demonstrate the county values current and future leaders is to reduce retirement contributions to an equitable level and increase wages. Thank you so much for your time.
Welcome.
Good morning, board. My name is Jody Pinn. I'm the Chief Psychologist in Ambulatory and Community Health Services.
I have worked for this county for my entire career. I was a provider for over 20 years and promoted into the chief position, into a SEMA position in October of 2018. This resulted due to the pension increase in a significant decrease in take-home salary. I recently went through a salary and classification study that determined that the 10% gap in gross pay between my classification and those that I supervise currently was appropriate. But this means to me, in actuality, that I could demote myself tomorrow into one of my vacant codes in order to take home more money. I'm asking you to remedy this situation in our contract and make a decision that will be memorable and not regrettable.
Welcome.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Frances Chong. I'm an assistant director at VMC in the HIM department. One of my employees and a fellow SEMA member was promoted last year from an SEIU position into the current supervisor position in the department. She spoke with you last SEMA rally and highlighted her significant pay loss that she's experienced. Unfortunately, since she has determined the financial impact was too large for her family, she has informed our department leadership of her wish to demote. The pension disparity creates harm for county services, and we cannot promote within our department when there are talented employees. As a SEMA member and a county manager, I'm asking your support to fix the pension disparity. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Board of Supervisors and executive leadership. I'm here to speak for two SEMA employees today, Robin Cohn, Senior Real Estate Agent, and myself, Tim Heffington, Principal Real Estate Agent. Both of us work in the County Parks and Recreation Department. We request that the new contract provide salary increases and substantially reduce the employee contribution towards benefits. We also request that the contract develop a transparent process through collaboration with SEMA and ESA for employee retention, recruitment, reallocation, and reclassification. Many SEMA staff today and throughout the county can offer individual stories of frustration with recruitment and reallocation or promotional efforts. Parks and other county agencies have offered leadership positions to public servants only to have the public offer rejected. The reason cited was often a reduction in salary due to the benefits package. Please help us to improve this situation and to attract the best and brightest.
Also a yellow card.
I'm sorry?
Would you fill out a card? Tina, can you make sure he
Oh, I
does?
did fill out a card.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't have it. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Patrick Dealey. I'm an IT manager with TSS Department. I'm here to talk about the additional overhead by our TSS leadership to an inefficient recruiting process. Last year, we came out of a reclassification ITCC. I was put in charge of a team of 12, of which had 8 vacancies. Immediately, we had an additional request process. Even though we have vacancies, we have to submit a request to fill the vacancy, going up to our director, to our chief operating officer, to our chief IT business officer, and to our CIO for approval before it even gets sent to ESA for recruitment. Did all that 7 months ago. Still waiting for anything to be sent over to ESA for recruitment. We were told, go out and provisionally hire. Act as recruiters, go out and find people. Been trying to do that without success. I submitted another request to provisionally hire somebody at the beginning of December. It just now went over to ESA for processing a month later. This is a huge inefficiency added to our process by TSS executives. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Do I start? Okay. Good morning, I'm Victoria Aguilar. I have been working as a SEMA member since April. I was recently promoted to the probation department. I was diagnosed with stage 2 cancer and was on medical leave and made more money on disability because I used my 521 calculations. I've had to lower my deferred comp and still don't make what I did as a 521 member. I'm going out again on medical leave and will still make more money on disability than my current pay. It's not fair. As a proud county employee, I'm trying to survive to pay my mortgage. You can make a difference for us. Thank you.
Zeb Feldman with SEMA. You've heard about the broken pension system, the broken ESA system, and how these break our ability to deliver services. SEMA prides itself with providing solutions, and I'm happy to say today is no exception. Our proposed contract solves our memberships paying 4 times what SEIU pays for an identical pension benefit. Our proposal solves the HR delays that have ballooned from 6 months to over 3 years. Our proposal solves ESA roadblocks like compensation for uniforms, like payment for on-call duties, like hiring in less than 9 months. We share a joint interest in building a contract that 1, incentivizes promotion to SEMA, 2, crisply and swiftly resolves HR functions, 3, provides economic predictability for us all. After hearing the many, many SEMA members here today and the hundreds more busy delivering services in the workplace, we ask with one voice that you fully reduce our pension contribution and sweep away the resistance ESA is creating for basic business functions. These problems are old. The time to fix it is now in this 5-year contract. I look forward to your support.
When everyone acknowledged that we were one nation under God, that opened up opportunity to talk about God, and I'm sometimes torn, as to whether I should talk about the Lord or talk about some other political event. And I'm going to tell you the truth. If Mike Pence was our governor of California, and if Hillary Clinton had won the election and she was seeking a second term, if Mike Pence was to take Hillary off the ballot, I would recall Mike Pence as a Republican. I surely would. And it's really, we are, I believe, going to get enough signatures to recall Gavin Newsom as our governor. It's absolutely, our Supreme Court overturned Gavin Newsom's desire to take Trump off the ballot. How could he do it? I pray in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ every day to destroy the Democratic Party.
If you're leaving Ted, could you just hold on? If you're leaving, if you could leave as quietly as possible, just to not be disrespectful to others who are speaking.
And
Ted?
I'd like to ask you all to wait and hear what I have to say.
Ted?
Good morning, supervisors, and a special good morning to my favorite deputy. First off, I want to submit to and make part of this record today a claim that's been put on the county by, I'll just use his first name, Fareed. So this, I would like part of the record. A second document I want part of the record is my lawsuit. I'm suing Molly O'Neill in her private capacity and Greg Goldman in his private capacity. They are interfering with my litigation, and I do not contract with them. You, the County Board of Supervisors, are now paying with taxpayer dollars illegally their defense. This is all about the county is paying bribes to the judges, and that's brought fraud on the court. All cases in our courts right now are void as a result of this.
Thank you. Our last speaker is Scott Largent.
Susan and Joe are possibly the only legits up there.
Again, Scott, if I could ask you just to wait a minute as people exit.
They must really not want to hear me talk.
Well, they've been patiently here for about an hour.
Listen to me for too long, right?
Mr. Largent? I think we're good. People are behaving well and quiet. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. When you listen to Ted Scarlett up here, it's pretty interesting the stuff he's talking about. And of course, you know, that chime goes off in my head when he starts talking about Molly O'Neill and his bad representation. Ted, years back, he dealt with some bad stuff and a horrible representation, just like what I dealt with. We come in here, we ask you as healing administrators to do something about Molly O'Neill, to do something about Sylvia Perez, and to start paying attention. I've come in here for a really, really long time. Victorious was coming in here prior to myself. We're asking for you guys just to look into this, to figure out why our representation is so bad out of the public defender's office. And every one of you has remained silent about this. Ted's going to get them over time. I will too, but this is just really sad. I'm disappointed in the board. And I'm disappointed in James Williams over here that will not discipline Sylvia Perez.
Thank you for being here, Scott. We're going to now move on to item 10, and this is the approval of the consent calendar. And what I'm going to do is I'll begin by asking Tiffany to catch us up on what's on consent, and then we will, thanks Tiffany, and then I'll go to the board for any items or adjustments you'd like to make on consent.
We have a request from Vice President Wasserman to add item number 21 to the consent calendar. Item number 21 is to consider recommendations relating to administrative support for the collaborating agencies' disaster relief effort. We have a request from administration to hold item number 22 to January 28th, 2020. Item number 22 is to consider funding and implementation plan relating to service gaps and prevention strategies for victims of human trafficking and workplace crimes and populations at high risk of exploitation. We have a request from President Chavez to hold item number 23 to date uncertain. Item number 23 is to receive report relating to options for an analysis of system gaps and the feasibility of creating a diagnostic center for children in Santa Clara County. We have a request from Vice President Wasserman to add item number 30 to the consent calendar and direct the clerk of the board to negotiate a single source agreement with Harvey M. Rose Associates. Item 30 is to consider recommendations relating to the contract for management audit services, and that concludes my list.
Thank you. I'll see if folks could turn on lights, and we'll see if there are any changes to the consent calendar. Supervisor Cortese?
Not a change, but and I don't object to 21 being put on consent per the request of Supervisor Wasserman. That goes back to the referral I made on November 19th. I just wanted to thank the county executive and administration for getting this handled, in the middle of the year like this. Obviously, public safety and disaster relief efforts are extremely important right now, so thank you.
Ms. Ellenberg?
Thank you. I also don't have changes, but want to make a comment on item 34 and include a request. I really am delighted to see this report on extending and increasing support for caregiver meals in conjunction with summer meal sites for children. I want to thank SSA and particularly Second Harvest for their continued leadership on summer meal programs and all the site sponsors that provided nearly 30,000 child meals and more than 5,800 caregiver meals last year. What I don't see here is information about next steps. I believe that we need a contract by March in order for the summer programs to ramp up. So I'm hoping that there's a delegation of authority or some other item coming back to the board soon. Can you answer that now? If not, I'll ask for an off-agenda report.
We'll have to get you the information off agenda. I'm not sure exactly what the timing is, but we do intend to get it to the board in time for summer.
Great. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Simitian?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I note that there are a number of items in connection with our surveillance ordinance on the agenda today. I look forward to weighing in on items 27 and 28 at their regular places on the agenda. I would like to just ask if we could hold item 29 to the first meeting in February, please. Just because there's a little more work I want to do there to see if we can make it quick and easy for the board when the item comes to us all.
Great.
Thank you.
Mike, do you have anything to add? All right. I just have two on item 23. I want to just make a date certain for that to come back to the board, and that would be on for the March 24th meeting. And this is to receive a report on gaps of services and feasibility on looking at a diagnostic center. When it comes back to the board, I would like the information from the original referral to be responded to, and that's to define the problem and the scope of work, the options for securing an expert consultant, which is what I think we need to even maybe get this information back, Dr. Smith, funding sources, timeline, and outcomes. Any thoughts or comments on that? Is that okay? And then item 52, I would like to leave this on consent. This is the purchase of the Western Motel in Santa Clara for affordable housing. I think this is exciting. I do want to make sure that the staff reports back on how we're protecting the historic neon sign. It's an example of roadside vernacular signage, and as you all know, we're losing all of those cool old signs, and I'm not sure what the final disposition of the sign boneyard will be, but I do want to make sure we don't damage or harm that old sign. All right, any other comments or questions? Tiffany, do you need any clarification? I know we have some speakers, so I want to make sure we go to them.
I'm fine, thank you.
Is this on this item? Okay, thank you. Seeing none, I'm going to ask, we have two speakers on this item, Ted Scarlett and Scott Largent.
Good morning, Supervisors. Ted Scarlett. First off, I'm not going to get anybody. The law is going to be eventually applied. Federal law is being violated by the judges. Again, I want to emphasize, I'm suing the two individuals, Molly O'Neill and Greg Goldman, in private capacity. They're interfering with my criminal case. I do not want their representation. They have no contract to represent me. My Sixth Amendment right is being violated, and by their trespassing, they're interfering with the case. This is the essence of the lawsuit, basically trespassing. In the past, they committed malpractice on numerous occasions that caused me to have 2 heart attacks. I don't want their representation. You can stop wasting taxpayer dollars defending them in this lawsuit at any time if you get them off my back and out of my case. Period. I don't want their representation. What is going on here is it's a rigged deal. They're coming in to guarantee a conviction. That's all they're doing, so that you will be less liable for the damages that have been done to me over the past 6 years. Now, again, back to you are bribing the judges, okay? And I call to your conscience, okay, to stop doing that. It is a federal crime. It was acknowledged as a crime by the state legislature, and they were given retroactive immunity for a crime. However, the bias continues. Molly O'Neill is misrepresented every client in the court because she should have been disqualifying these judges for the bias. Do you see? You got a big problem here. All family court cases involving children and such, they're void. All the Superior Court cases, they're void because you have intrinsic fraud ongoing, and you, the Board of Supervisors, are responsible for paying those bribes.
Thank you. Is Scott still here?
Thank you, Tiffany. Appreciate everything you do for our county. Thank you. Don't worry, I'm going to stay on topic, but it excites me in a way when I kind of sit in the back room right there and I watch James over there squirming. This has got to be coming down on him when he starts hearing all these bad things about Molly and Sylvia and Ted up here, because James the Devil Williams, he's the puppet master right there, and he knows exactly what's going on, James. So you might want to look Ted in the eye because you're pulling the strings behind him, making his life very difficult. I guess Joe's on break right now. The reason I came up here on consent calendar was the board appointments. Okay, last week, I go to all the domestic violence councils. Okay, quorum was not met again. Okay, We're putting more money into that council. We're trying to repair it. I know more people are getting involved in the county executive's office. So many things are not able to be completed in that committee. And one of the gals, and I don't have her name, but she submitted an application 7 months ago to Joe's staff. This woman's very educated. She's a sharp gal. She goes up there. She starts talking about how long she's waited and waited and waited. I like Dave's idea. After 6 months, if they're not going to appoint anybody, other supervisors should be able to do it. That committee is a train wreck. Okay? How do we start getting you supervisors to do your jobs properly and appoint these people on time? Thanks, Joe. I was just wondering, Joe, we've got somebody on the Domestic Violence Council, okay? She's waited a long time. She's a sharp gal. We will start making quorum if you do your job and have her appointed properly. She's out of Palo Alto. She's everything you need in your district right now. She's a very educated gal. Let's get her on that committee right there, okay? Because I want quorum met. I don't want people resigning from that committee anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from the board on the agenda? Can I get everybody to vote? I don't know why my screen's not telling me the answer to that. Has everybody voted? All right, and that passes unanimously. We'll now move on to item 11, and this is the acquisition of real property adjacent to Field Sports Park. And we'll begin by opening the public hearing. And I don't know if staff has a presentation first. Does anybody need a presentation? Are we good? Okay. So we're opening the public hearing to receive testimony. I have no cards. We're now closing the public hearing. We're moving on to 11B. And this is to consider recommendations for purchase. Any other comments or questions? Have all members voted? And that passes unanimously. We're now going to move on to item 12, and this is a report back from our December meeting from administration relating to the actions taken to phase out the current receiving and intake center. By the way, thank you, staff, for your great presentation that last round. You got exactly what you wanted. We'll be inviting staff up on this item for the rake. And if folks, as they come forward, could introduce themselves. I do think we need a brief presentation because we received a late memo yesterday. I want to thank the staff for providing that information, but wanted to make sure that they could review it with the board. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. Bob Minicucci, Social Services Agency Director.
Dan Little, Acting Director with DFCS. I wanted just to provide a really quick update based on our last meeting. Since the last time we did a presentation, we have discharged the last youth from the receiving center at Enborg. And since January 1, have no longer placed or used that facility for any kind of receiving or shelter operations. At that point, I'd really like just to open it up if there's any additional questions based on the reports that we've submitted in.
Is there anything you want to highlight from yesterday's document? If not, we have a lot of speakers on this, so what I'd like to do, if it's okay with my colleagues, is go to the speakers and then have a discussion with the board. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to call you up in the order that I received cards and ask you to come forward. I will just recommend that if you have a laptop or paper, not to cover the microphone. We sometimes have a hard time hearing folks. You'll each get 2 minutes. We'll begin with Scott Largent, Andre Patron, Chad, and Maggie, Mary, Robin, Lourdes, Vanessa, and I apologize, Andre, I think we might have a couple duplicate cards, Katie, Dawn, Sparky, Marianne. Come all the way forward. If you've heard your name, you can speak in the order that you're available to speak. Come forward. Ronnie, Denise, Lori, and those are all the cards I have. So just come in any order. Just introduce yourself so I make sure I know that you spoke. Welcome.
Good morning, Board.
My name is Andre Patron. I'm a social work supervisor for the overnight shift in the Assessment and Stabilization Bureau. I have been employed at DFCS for 19 years. I had the opportunity to meet with fellow social workers and resource families who are most affected by the proposed changes. The proposal to outsource to community-based organizations and services is not the solution. Where is the accountability? During my time at DFCS, I have seen social workers come and go, and this is having a negative impact on keeping children safe and impacting resource families' ability to provide the best possible care for children who have experienced trauma. I think everyone in these chambers can agree that not only is the county's mission to keep children safe and families strong, but DFCS has an obligation to reduce trauma in the lives of children who have been removed from their caregivers due to abuse and neglect. We must increase the resources for resource families, or we will continue the unfortunate cycle that hurts the development of future support for resource families, children, and staff. The county is responsible for tackling this directly by including the solutions of those directly involved with the process of providing care for our most vulnerable children in Santa Clara County. With regards to the Receiving Assessment Intake Center, several years ago when the shelter on Union closed, there had been a lot of energy, time, and money spent on architect consultants to brainstorm along with DFCS staff to come up with an operational plan for a new receiving center. But nothing has come to fruition. It is unacceptable that resource families and social workers have to be here to implore for consideration and inclusion in a process that impacts us every day. The department is all talk but no action. Famous last words are, "We're working on it." Where is the follow through? We must do better to protect the children of this county. Thank you.
Hello, I'm a social worker with the Emergency Response Department for the Department of Family and Children's Services for Santa Clara County. I love being a social worker and helping children and family in needs. Resource parents, formerly called foster parents, are the heartbeat of the county, DFCS, for children who have been removed due to substantiated child abuse claims. The children come into the care and they have already been dealing with trauma in the homes, and removing causes more trauma. The RAKE, formerly a STRPT children's shelter, has been closed down prematurely. For an emergency worker, it means trying to find a relative or placement within 23 hours and 59 minutes, which is not always possible. When it is not possible, the children are required to go to a resource home. Resource parents are not given the appropriate resources to help parent and nurture children who have been removed. These innocent children have been removed from the only parents they know, being placed in a new environment around people that they don't know. All of these factors compound trauma and lead to mental health issues such as anxiety and depression, which usually present as behavioral issues. Social workers and resource parents are lacking the resources and information to appropriately treat and manage behaviors of these innocent children. Social workers are scrambling to find placement while trying to complete investigations, and resource parents are scrambling to get children the care that they need. The department needs more workers, particularly those who support resource families with special needs directly. Workers who are overworked, spending more time away from their own homes and families to try to cover the needs of the resource families and children. More social workers and better support for resource families are in the best interest of children we deem unable to remain in their current homes. We need to minimize the trauma of these children for better outcomes for these children in our care. Thank you.
May I ask your name?
My name is Vanessa Gordon.
Thank you, Vanessa.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Chad. I'm a foster parent. So I read the report that you guys are looking at, and when I first looked at it, it looks really good if you're not part of the if you're not kind of someone who works with the system, and that's what I was concerned. So I just wanted so you can see kind of my perspective from it. So one of the things was it doesn't address the support for current foster homes at all. Like that wasn't even part of it at all. So like last time we were here, we talked about getting help with visits and stuff. So we were told when we left, oh, we do have a program, which essentially was an Uber for kids. This different person every time comes, picks up. We actually tried to use it, but apparently it does exist, but there's no funding, so we can't use it. So that doesn't really help us at all. Plus, if you think about a stranger picking up your child, that's really not what we're looking for either. We want consistency. And that's kind of the theme, was that sort of thing, contracting things out and the whole thing. And I just would like, when you're reviewing it and you're talking with the county, ask yourself why. Why are we contracting out? What is the reason? Is it because it's cheaper? Because it's faster? Because those things are not, this is not the type of program that needs to be cheaper and faster. To me, there's a reason government handles our most vulnerable children rather than a market-based thing, contracting someone that's making money. Which brings me to the other point that it talked about contracting out the receiving center. I was concerned that there's a conflict of interest there as well. If the agency that's tasked with placing the child is also the agency that takes placements, that possibly could be a conflict. So I was concerned about that. Also, the visitations, I wanted to give an example. We've dealt with the contracting of visitations. We've had people, it's always a new person, and sometimes they don't even know how to put a seatbelt on an infant, and I have to stop them from driving away, like it's not even put on right. So
Thank you.
If you could consider these things, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Welcome.
Good morning. I'm Christine Thurman, and I have a letter here on behalf of Mary Drummond. I'm not here today because I'm caring for two medically fragile foster children. One has a DNR. I have been fostering for over 17 years. I filed the abuse report against DFCS after witnessing and recording the physical abuse of the 8-year-old autistic boy at the Rake on October 17th. I also found two other autistic teen foster children who were warehoused at the Rake for months. DFCS and SARC didn't have placements for them. In my own experience with my foster daughter, Destiny, who has been in my care for 14 years, I too needed help. I reached out to SARC over 30 times in a 3-month period when my husband was hospitalized and ultimately died, only to be told that they didn't have any help for us. There were numerous assessments that showed how great the need was, but there was no respite, no placement, nothing, and DFCS had nothing for us either. I was advised to drop her off at the fire department by one doctor at VMC. I eventually took her to Lucille Packard Children's Hospital on the advice of her psychiatrist. Unable to take the child home from the hospital because I had no help, social services' solution was to threaten to charge me with abandonment. I have 3 recommendations. More accountability for SARC assessments for special needs foster children. 120 days is too long and unsafe to go without referrals, let alone services. 2, special needs foster children should be placed in homes with ABA certified caregivers. Also, do not farm out the Rake. Take responsibility to improve and change the department. Current and past partnerships with agencies like Unity Care and Seneca haven't and aren't working. The current Seneca employees are inexperienced and of no help, and again, there's no accountability. Thank you for all your hard work. Mary Drummond.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Katie Taylor. I've been a resource parent. This is going to be my 5th year in West San Jose. Prior to becoming a resource parent, I was a social worker. DFCS has a plan to outsource many services that would be more appropriately maintained by the county. We have been told that transportation is available through Hop, Skip, and Drive. However, that's not a service I'm comfortable using for my foster children. We need transportation with consistent drivers that are trained in childhood trauma and car seat installation. I'm also only comfortable using other resource parents for respite, as they have experience working with foster children and have built relationships with one another for support. The issues surrounding respite, specifically the allocation of hours and the low rate, have not been addressed. The county is now looking to outsource the receiving and intake center to a community-based organization rather than improving the service within DFCS. What will happen if the community-based organization is ineffective? What happens if the contract is terminated? Where would the children go while the county searches for another community-based organization? Who will monitor how these services are rendered appropriately, and what qualifications are the staff going to have? It's my belief that the receiving and intake services would best be kept within an improved DFCS. If DFCS wants to improve services to foster children, they need to work on employee retention and hiring. We need more social worker ones for support, Social worker ones have a degree and training on childhood trauma. Why is the county not using them for a higher level of case management support to the case-carrying social workers? Thank you for listening and helping us work towards a positive solution.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Lourdes Gomez. I'm a social worker at DFCS. The first 8 years of my 30 years with the department, I worked at the children's shelter. As a social worker, I know the importance for foster parents and social workers to join forces and collaborate to reduce trauma in the lives of the children in foster care. Foster parents and social workers need your full support to provide the adequate and needed resources to be able to provide the foster care children a better and higher quality of life that they deserve. This is why it's important for me to be here today to share our suggestions and provide our continued feedback. Increase social worker positions, lower caseloads to support foster parents with transportation availability to respond to questions and make necessary referrals, improve respite care, make improvements to wraparound services for the children with high needs, increase training for foster parents to better support high needs children. Foster parents should be receiving similar training as the RAKE employees, increasing and improving communication with DFCS among administrators, foster care parents, and social workers. Thank you for allowing me to speak, and remember that the foster care children are counting on you, DFCS, and foster parents to do right by them. Thank you.
Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Lori Meepoth. I've worked at the children's shelter and the RAKE for 25 years. I've been here several times. We've been talking for months about this. I want to tell you about the last day, which I worked at the PM shift, the 2300 Enborg was open. Our department knew the deadline. I think they set the deadline. But when I arrived to work, our 4 o'clock meeting said that we must move by the next day. By 11 p.m. that same night, we were not going to move that next day. We were going to move on the weekend. By the time I arrived the next day, that afternoon, we were moving that day, period. We came up with a quick transition plan. Within 1 hour, we were told we had to move now. No transition plan. Now. We got to the house. We had nothing to do with him. It is the 8-year-old child that everyone is talking about who was abused by us. So we had nothing to do with him. We had no TV, we had no Wi-Fi, we had nothing. Luckily, our supervisor was able to come over and had her own personal hotspot, so we were able to calm him down with electronics. He is nonverbal autistic. It is difficult to get him. He doesn't interact with toys like most kids. So we really had nothing. We were there in the dark in a quiet house. He sat on the couch next to me with his hands folded, pointing out the door. No, this is where you're going to stay. Finally, bedtime came. He transitioned fine. We had staff to help. But they knew the deadline. And still, this was our plan. What plan? So please listen to what everyone else has said. The foster parents, Mary Drummond, who sent someone, please pay attention, follow up with them. They have more to say. I'm sure they do. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Denise Marshu, and I'm the Executive Director for CAFBA. And I'm here today just to talk a little bit about the outsourcing of the receiving center. I've been around a long time. I was here when I was a foster parent when the shelter was over off Story. I was here when it was on Union. I've seen several receiving centers since then. And moving it again is not the solution. The solution is getting in there, making sure we have trained staff, appropriate staff. Children that are in the system now are a lot different than they were 30 years ago. Even 10 years ago. The difficulties, the mental health that is coming into the system is tremendous, and every one of those problems is outsourced somewhere else. I think the county needs to take some responsibility and make wise, mindful decisions on what they're going to do when these children come into care. It is our responsibility that once they're in care to get them the appropriate mental health and the appropriate medical and then get them into a placement that is stable and that can help them, not make this a detrimental journey for them. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Connie Picasso. I'm a marriage family therapist with Behavioral Health Call Center, and we feel underrepresented overall in this whole talk as we are here today. Right? We've heard a lot of DFCS members here, but behavioral health, here we are, and we feel left out of this conversation. We feel left out as far as what's going on. We don't have access to the kiddos as soon as we need to have. Because it is a responsibility to do the assessment, to determine, okay, what are the recommendations, and to get intervention started ASAP. Because we know that the sooner we start interventions with trauma, we buffer some of those effects. Kids who are traumatized do not have to have PTSD if intervention comes early on. We know this. We are trained. However, we cannot implement what we know, and we don't have access to the kids. So that's an issue. If we are outsourcing, guess what? We're adding on more time, more coordination with other providers, right? So let's just cut through it, cut out the middlemen, cut out all these extra layers and get to it, to the children, if we can. And that's what we're asking for. And so, you know, a lot of what I heard also was, oh, well, DFCS is taking the lead on this. And where does behavioral health stand? And can we partner? Can we collaborate, as we are supposed to be with probation as well? Right? And so what does that look like? Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Gwen Adele, and I've been a resource parent and respite provider for 8 years. But I am speaking in behalf of Don and Robin DeKeen, who have been foster parents for the county for 18 years. During our time, we have seen DFCS go through many program and personnel changes. However, the current state is the worst that we have ever experienced. When we started, Santa Clara County was the golden child and the place every social worker wanted to work. Today, this is not the case. Social workers are leaving daily, creating several vacancies, thus increasing the workload for those left behind that already have heavy caseloads. Many stay only long enough to get experience to move on, costing the county in training and resource dollars. DFCS needs to fill vacancies and hire support personnel to help social workers with menial tasks that take away from their job of supporting the child and the foster parent. They need to provide adequate pay and incentives to keep the workers, once trained, to stay. DFCS wants to outsource rake instead of fixing the problems. Our experience is that outsourced providers are inadequate and DFCS doesn't hold them accountable. The Seneca Resource Advocacy Support Services, or RAS program, was designed to be a foster parent support program. The employees were to have foster experience, for example, foster parent, former foster youth, former social worker, or court CASA. Instead, Seneca RAS has one employee with foster parent experience, Robin Cairns, and she is amazing. The rest have no idea about the foster family world. Yet DFCS has made no corrections or changes. We ask that you hold DFCS accountable to fill current social vacancies and discontinue the practice of outsourcing. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Don Taylor, the Executive Director with Uplift Family Services, and I want to share two things with you. Number one, actually, a appreciation for keeping the rake moratorium initial board item on the forefront and continuing to drive this process. It's critical, and it has led to some changes in the past month. There's a lot more work to still do, but there has been some impact, and I just want to give you one example of what that looks like to give you a scope of what the work is for one child, to be able to support them in an intensive, individualized way. And this was one of the last youth that was in the rake, and we were able to transition in partnership, and that took 24/7 care with our staff. It continues to do that. It took our professional parent, our resource parent, to be able to provide a loving home to be able to do that, and the actual physical home itself, we needed to partner with the county to be able to actually have a location that would be able to house this kid, our resource parents, and the staff that was supporting them. And typically 24/7 care, it's a combination of our staff, county staff, to make it better for this one child. And so I shared that that's the stabilization piece. Our teams continue to figure out what long-term permanency looks like for this youth, and we think we can do it. It's just we appreciate you continuing to drive us to be able to do the best that we can, and we absolutely need it. And I do believe the partnerships are going to net some more results. So thank you.
I have notes for a change. Good morning, Sparky Harlan, CEO, Bill Wilson Center. And I want to say in my last 37 years as CEO of Bill Wilson Center, I have worked to first shut down Roberts Avenue, then I worked to shut down the children's shelter on Union, and now we're here working in partnership to try to close the rake also. I don't want to divert the attention what we're doing right now from whether we outsource the assessment on the rake. It's more about what we do with the children right now. And right now, Bill Wilson Center, starting January 1, legislation was passed for youth homelessness prevention centers. Bill Wilson Center sponsored that with John Burton, Advocates for Youth, specifically to work with those diverted from systems, whether it was status offender, juvenile justice, or foster care. We knew STRTP was coming down the pipe. So what we looked at is a 90-day short-term residential program that could divert those coming into the system. So we've been talking to social services. We are ready today to take every pre-adjudicated kid into Bill Wilson Center. We have the capacity to do that, to quickly assess with differential response and try to get them home with another family or into foster care if that's going to be needed short term. But I just want to say there's other resources here. Bring all your providers together in one room and let's talk those different systems. We're not doing STRTP or the high-end foster care. We're doing the short-term assessment to keep young people out of the system. So I stand ready to take these young people as soon as you start sending them. And thank you for your attention to this matter.
Good morning, Supervisors. Congratulations, President Chavez. I am Ron Hansen. I am the chair of the county's Juvenile Justice Commission. First, we want to give credit for the renewed DFCS focus and the generation of this plan, and also for the board for bringing this whole matter to the forefront. We have concerns, however, after having read this plan, and they are these. In conversations with various stakeholders, many of whom you've heard from today, there seems to have been a significant lack of engagement with many in the construction of this plan. There seems to be lots of hopes and outsourcing intentions, but a little less of substance, a lot of aspirations and hopes. In addition, as stated in the letter, our letter to the board in the middle of November, the JJC does not support the idea of assigning assessment responsibilities to a CBO, that is a third party. Despite this model apparently being used in some other counties, we're not sure which they are and if they're large or small compared to Santa Clara. We believe that there are some county responsibilities that must remain the exclusive responsibility of the county, as others have testified today, and this is certainly one of them. The JJ submits that the plan simply needs more work before it should be accepted. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Marian Waddell. I'm a social worker with DFCS. I've been there for 6 years. I'm currently on the hotline. Today I will be reading for Sandy Orlando, as she was unable to make it. She states that she is a retired RN of 23 years from the NICU at Valley Medical Center, and for 20 years she has been a foster parent. Her and her husband chose to dedicate to be designated as an emergency shelter home for newborns and medically fragile infants. They have had 67 babies in their care. Their experience as foster parents has been very rewarding. They state that has been a privilege working with many wonderful social workers and professionals, including medical providers, therapists, attorneys, and fellow foster parents, as they navigated the challenging world of child welfare. We didn't personally interact with DFCS leadership, but got a sense that the system wasn't perfect, but DFCS was made up of dedicated people working hard to serve the county's abused and neglected children and families in their care. For years, we have heard increasing serious complaints about unresponsive social workers and administrators, wildly unneeded departmental reorganizations, and even toxic work environments. Sometimes I dismiss these complaints as coming from inexperienced foster parents or with unrealistic expectations or poor communication strategies with social workers or disagreements over case outcomes. But I was wrong. It is clear that there is a crisis in leadership that is directly affecting the recruitment and retention of foster parents and social workers at DFCS. Those who are actually doing the work and taking care of our traumatized children every day. And I agree. Thank you.
Maggie, if anybody else has turned in a card and would like to speak on this item, please come forward. Welcome.
My name is Maggie Cocaine, and I am a foster parent. Today's report by the Director of Social Services is unfortunate, though not surprising. The one-sided process of developing this report is one of the many reasons why for weeks fellow foster parents and social workers have taken it upon themselves to meet regularly to discuss the real challenges impacting us, which has led to the failure of the rake. The administration is out of touch with the needs of our community and the people who serve them, like foster parents and social workers. We have a loss of confidence in the department's leadership, to say the least. If we want to ensure kids are safe, we must support the people who dedicate themselves to this effort on a daily basis. Any solution must include significant investment in hiring more social workers and resources to foster parents. The plan presented today does not do that, even after this board directed the administration to ensure the input of those in the front lines of ensuring our children are safe. Most alarming is the assertion made by the administration that community-based organizations are best positioned to provide these resources and support. While CBOs play a role in this effort, it is hard to believe that they, and not the county, with $8 billion budget and dozens of departments, are better positioned to lead. Based on my experience as a foster parent, the difference between healthy families and trauma cannot be dependent on whether an Uber driver is available to take a kid to a court-ordered visit for the parents, and it cannot depend on whether a social worker is available or not, and it can't depend on whether a foster parent feels supported or not by the department. Thank you.
Thank you, Maggie. Our last speaker on this item is Scott Largent.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. When I was 11 years old, I entered into the foster care group home system here in Santa Clara County. The group home that I went to, back then in 1988, it was all outsourced out of our county. They no longer really did it here back then. I don't know if that's changed. I try to stay on my own lane because this stuff really bothers me and it's a lot of really bad memories. But when they sent me up to Reading, that was a horrible experience. When I was picked up over at that juvenile hall over there, they picked me up in a Astro van and handcuffed me, basically hogtied me to the lower part of the van. There was no seats in there. So I was, and guys, the trip to Reading is 7-8 hours, so that was really fun. I spent 2 years up there, and that, I guess, would technically be an outsourced system right there. There was 340 different companies up there. Each had 6 or 7 different houses, and that's where we were sending all of our kids out of Santa Clara County. I don't go to any of the meetings involving any of this because it bothers me so much, but I walk past Seneca all the time, and I started doing a little more research, and I thought we had kind of figured things out. I look at that facility over there, I read things about it, I thought we would really fix things. And then I start looking about all this stuff at this rake center and everything online and the videos and start hearing all these shocking stories I have too much going on in my life to pull this Band-Aid back off right now. This process messed me up big time in my life, and it took a long time to recover from this. And to be able to get back into my home and back into Santa Clara County, we really need to pay attention to this, and I think this should have been taken care of internally. I don't think I should have been outsourced. I don't think I should have been kicked down the curb, and same with a lot of these children. I just hope people pay attention. And a lot of these children are the ones that are homeless that I'm running into on the streets now, too. So, thank you.
Thank you. We have no other speakers on this item. What I'd like to do is see if there are any main areas that staff wants to respond to, and then I'll ask for board comments.
Yeah, if I can just provide a quick clarification on the receiving center model and the idea of kind of outsourcing some of that assessment component. Under this proposal, the county would still retain all current assessment responsibilities to do abuse neglect assessments, to do assessments, to look at planning for future placements. So the assessment component on that matter would still reside with the county. That would still be our responsibility. That's not something that we can or will ever outsource. The question about outsourcing care and supervision, that's what's at play here, I think, is it's the supervision of the children while that placement search is happening, while there's a care and support for that 2359 period of time when we're looking for that placement component. The other piece with the receiving center is under the state's continuum of care reform, any of those receiving centers, like the one that was at Enborg, the one that's currently at Keiki, that looks like a shelter, the state's coming in and is going to ask us to relicense that. And then we'll be right in the same spot that we were at previously, which is we'll have a congregate care shelter model within the county, which is what we're trying to move away from. So all of the work that we're trying to do in looking at future projection is looking at how can we do things differently that's not going to kind of end up back down that same path where we're back in here several years later and we have a shelter that's kind of popped up out of nowhere again. So that's the component that we're trying to do. The comments regarding the support of foster families, absolutely that's at the core of what the work that we're doing is how can we as a system meet those needs of those children in a different way.
Thank you. I'm going to see if there are any comments from the board. And I know, Dave, I'll start with you and then go to Susan. I know this is a big topic for all of us, but Dave, if you could begin.
Yes, thank you. President Chavez, one question I want to clarify, and thank you for the comprehensive response and report today and some of the interim responses and reports that we've received over the last couple of months. That said, it's not really spelled out in the word that I use, which is individualized, and I don't know if that's the proper term of art anyway, but this 2359 period of time, what you're describing in the report as the new normal in what you just described today, I want to make sure that's individualized housing. The report talks about FAF, assisting in leasing property and so forth to make sure that we can cover that 2359 for the most difficult cases, that interim period. But I want to make sure that's individualized treatment during that period of time, or housing and treatment. Is that the case?
Absolutely, that is the goal, that we're able to provide that individualized care and supervision for those children.
So we've taken the group out of it for the 2359 completely, meaning I'm not trying to be facetious but a key piece of the issue that we were trying to address from up here was to get back out of the group home business, so to speak.
Yeah, I think for any care that's going beyond the 2359, then that's absolutely going to be the model. I think the component that you're describing, what's that period of time when we have children first touching our system and we're looking for placement, I think that's the piece that we're still building to say what would that look like. In a best case scenario, you would want that to be one-on-one. I think it's going to depend on what we're able to build moving forward and kind of what that's going to look like, but that is going to be the goal.
Yeah, how can we, and that segues to my second question, how can we feel like we're monitoring that adequately together, you and the Board of Supervisors? Because I want to make sure that we don't get on a slippery slope, that we don't somehow end up, back where we started. In some sense, I feel like that's what happened going back to the Union Avenue facility that Sparky was talking about to now. I mean, little by little, we got back into a group situation. I want to make sure that doesn't happen again. I understand you're describing best efforts at this point. But then the flip side of it is one abusive interaction between young people, even if there's just two grouped up together, is enough to, set us spinning off our axis again. So,
Maybe I can
think
jump
it's
in.
not it's not one of those things where you can say, if we only have two, we're okay. It's
I can jump in and try to answer that question.
Sure.
We've been obviously discussing this a lot among ourselves and staff, the department, myself, behavioral health, legal, probation, and what I've decided is that it's going to be important for the county exec's office to take a leadership role in monitoring and leading the process. Fundamentally, what we have here, in my opinion, is a situation where we've effectively created a group home, which is really not the purview of SSA or social workers to run. I mean, a group home is a very intensive intervention, requires a lot of an organized team. It's not to say it doesn't need social services, but it also needs behavioral health, probation services and others. And so in order to coordinate the departments, we've embarked upon a process in the county exec's office to bring those groups together and keep a close eye on it, and we'll be reporting back to the board, because the goal is to avoid at all costs another group home model, because it's a dangerous and unsatisfactory model. And the question you're asking about the specifics, I think, we're at a point now where we're still going to have to work on the specifics. We've been focused on getting all of the children who were at Imborg placed. Now is the time to actually put together the overarching individual placement model for the 24 to 58, 59 hour.
So the together part is the only thing that's left. I appreciate that explanation. And what I would suggest, barring a better suggestion, is that there be a daily dashboard provided to the Board of Supervisors on census, much like we get for our juvenile probation or jail census and other things. I think we even get extremely frequent dashboards now on homeless placement and some other things. But a daily dashboard, which then makes it more of a tethered together, tethered monitoring between the county executive's office and the Board of Supervisors. Any supervisor at any point in time or their staff can elevate, that dashboard if it looks like something is happening there that's starting to stray from, from the good intentions of the board,
Great
the
idea.
departments, and the county executive.
Thank you.
And then lastly, I would ask that in terms of working together, the comments we're hearing from the speakers today are calling out for a greater collaboration in terms of, obviously we heard some complaints about lack of collaboration looking in the rearview mirror, but at this point we can't back up and fix that, but we can collaborate going forward. And what would that look like, Dr. Smith?
Well, there's the full intention to collaborate with all the stakeholders. I will say that in the last few weeks, we've been in a hurry-up mode, directed by the board and also by our significant concerns about what was going on. So I fess up to the fact that in those few weeks, we haven't been as collaborative as we would like to be. But going forward, as we develop the plan with more details in it, we will need to be more collaborative with everybody. So we'll commit to do that.
What are some of the ways to do that you might consider? I mean, that can, in my mind, can range anywhere from meet and confer. Since we, on the employee side, obviously we have representation to general stakeholder roundtables or brown bags of some kind.
We'll have to do both because the labor issues obviously bleed over into other issues, not just related to the rake. So those will have to be discussed in meet and confer, and the CBO and community interest groups will have to do with stakeholder meetings.
And so the meet and confer can be, the board can be apprised of how that's going through
Sure.
closed session labor briefings. Is that?
Sure, yes.
Again, I'm just looking for ways for us to get sort of a steady reporting on how things are going, given the sensitivity of the issue.
Yes, we'll
All
report.
right, I'm going to stop there. I know there's other, I assume there's other Q&A coming from the board, and then maybe when somebody makes a motion, they could include those elements that I just asked for clarification on. Thank you.
Susan? Thank you. I want to start by thanking Bob and your staff for the ongoing work regarding these operations. It clearly is not an easy task, and I also want to appreciate my colleagues, Supervisors Cortese and Chavez, for really bringing this conversation to the fore and to the full board. I know that they've been working very hard on this in CFSC. During the last meeting, I asked for a number of things to be included in this report back. They weren't included. We did receive an off-agenda report yesterday afternoon, which had the correct headings for the things that we asked for, but I didn't feel answered sufficiently or substantively enough for me to feel comfortable with where we are. So I'm going to go over some of them again and then ask some additional questions about current operations. First, the original report doesn't address the specific questions I had about transportation and childcare. The off-agenda does make mention of the hop, skip, and drive, but we've heard from numerous parents that that is not an acceptable alternative, and I want to make sure that we are not focused on putting out information or options that aren't necessarily available or accessible to the families that are going to use them. So I'll emphasize again the point that Supervisor Cortese already made, is that stakeholder engagement, the foster families, the resource families, the people who are living this day in and day out need to be involved in every step of this process, or we're creating kind of in a vacuum. I understand also that the report back to CFSC regarding transportation needs, where DFCS will amend its current School of Origin transportation service agreement to provide additional support for child-oriented services and initiate a pilot program to better understand challenges, needs, and staffing requirements. And that you're exploring whether to add a transportation officer position to ensure flexibility in responding to transportation needs. Can you tell me where you are in the exploration of adding a transportation officer position, what this pilot might look like, and how one officer could support the more than 900 children potentially that are in our county's care?
At this point, I'd say we're very early in that that discussion. And I think that part of that is looking at what is the capacity need above and beyond the hop, skip, drive. And I think based on the comments today, that's something that we need to go back and relook at to say what need is that meeting, and then be able to explore that. I know that there are 2 listening sessions with foster parents, I think, scheduled for next week. And this is a topic that we're going to be asking for specific feedback, as well as at our regularly occurring resource parent advisory group to dig into more specifics on what can we really do to meet this need.
Good. And I would really encourage you to view these listening sessions not as one-sided, but to really question and engage with the parents and discover whether they may have excellent solutions on their own. With regard to childcare piece, I'd like to get an off-agenda report on the childcare options that are actually available to our resource families and the foster families that are contracted through the agencies, not just what they're eligible for. I want to know what we can do to provide the support, and if we're unable to provide knowing that if we're unable to provide basic and adequate support for these families, the likelihood of being unable to place children will certainly increase. And I realize that this is not directly a part of the rake operations, but we run the risk of decreasing our capacity with our current foster families who really are committed to providing stable homes for traumatized children. So I want to call that out once again as really a priority, but both for respite and for other needs that the families need to take care of. Moving to the operations specifically around the rake, it feels like NBORG has closed, which the board, I understand, asked for consideration of, but did not give specific approval to close it. And there are concerns, I have concerns around the idea of designating space on Julian to serve as a short-term stop for these kids. I'm curious to know, I'll ask a few questions at once, they're all related, what the parameters are around when we might use the Julian site, whether it defines circumstances, when it might be used, and you've got there are 3 scenarios outlined in the ledge file. Are those the only time that our policy allows for its use, or would we be keeping it open for other circumstances? Do you want me to stop there? Do you want me to ask a few more questions about Julian specifically?
You can keep asking on Julian. I can get one response. It's fine.
Thinking about the consideration of Julian as an intake center only, and if that is being considered, what I would really like to hear is a firm commitment that kids will never stay there and that they won't be shepherded to a motel for the evening only to be transported back to Julian or even Keiki the next day, because really the heart of the issues and challenges with the rake, as I understand it, were really the overstays. There was no issue with the NBORG facility structurally or in terms of its location. And I'm concerned that if we're in the process now of creating a lot of essentially mini rakes, but we haven't addressed the root causes of the overstays, which is placement, how would Julian advance this at all?
The Julian sites will never be used for an overnight child stay placement. It is really for business hours. Specifically, one example is if we get a child brought to us that's from another county, and the county's en route to come transport their child back, we may have them at that Julian space versus going to the other site. If we have a child on site in our care that we can't find placement for, that's where we start using those off-site leased locations that we have, those single family locations. So the site at Julian will only be for business hours for short-term supervision while there's already an identified plan in place, and we're just waiting for that plan to be enacted.
So let me confirm, supervision as opposed to assessment and intake.
I think that with the proximity of that site to the assessment and placement social workers, I could see potentially being some opportunity to do some engagement with the children while they're there on the campus. So I wouldn't say that would preclude that. We're not going to set that up as our quote-unquote receiving center. So any kind of engagement that would happen there would happen because it's based on what the child needs and if the proximity to the social workers there. But we're not going to be bringing children over there strictly for an assessment process, if that makes sense.
It does. So are you anticipating that Keiki, for the time being, will be the primary intake center?
Yeah, Keiki will still continue to be our primary.
And do we have a firm commitment that children will never stay at Keiki for more than that 23 hours, 59 minutes?
That is our operation plan. That's why we've secured those additional lease spaces. So if we need children to remain over 2359, we can go to one of those sites.
Yeah, I want to make sure that we didn't just trade the problems at Enborg for Keiki, and particularly because the decision to, I'm a little bit surprised about the decision to make the rake at Keiki now, because this same site was deemed unsuitable many years ago. Has anything changed, and why are we not just reconfiguring what we might continue to do at Enborg?
So I think, as you said, Enborg was a facility that was working for us in terms of its physical plant, but we did have issues with whether we could maintain that space and maintain a lease there. We were asked to leave that space, which is why we had to find an alternative, and why we were back at what we felt always was not a perfect site at 725, but that was our alternative at that moment when we had to vacate.
So kind of more than not a perfect site, it's really a yucky and unwelcoming place. How quickly are there plans, if any, in place to move those basic operations for the second time out of Keiki?
I mean, I think that's part of the conversation that Dr. Smith was speaking to as part of the planning process, as part of the stakeholder process. We will need to reach agreement and consensus over what the right way to do this piece of business. There's the concept on the table of whether this is a contracted service, whether this is something the county does, and if the county makes the commitment to do it, then we would have to think through what the appropriate facility is for that.
Supervisor, I
Yes.
can't give you an exact date, but we understand that Keiki's not the most desirable. It has been changed since the years that you decided or talked about, in the sense that they've added some capacity and some amenities, but it's not a desirable place, so I would consider it as an interim. We've been trying for quite some time to find another location. And I think now that we're separating the receiving process from the, shall I say, group home thing issue, I think we'll have better luck. But at this point, I can't tell you that there's a place waiting in the wings. We'll have to find another location. What I'm thinking about, don't hold me to this, is there are spaces that we own in and around the O'Connor campus that probably would be appropriate for purely receiving center issues. We're obviously moving the Child Advocacy Center into one of those buildings. The two are not similar or related services because one's victims, but they will have similar individuals involved. So there would be some synergy in a different location, not at the Child Advocacy Center, but we have other spaces. So we're looking at that right now.
Yeah, I realize that the issues are different, but certainly I think that these kids who have experienced trauma could be well identified as victims as well. You mentioned the cadre of houses that we're hoping to use for support where a high needs child could be placed. Are there licensing implications around this? In the research that my team did, what appeared to be the only legally way that we can do this without becoming a group home or STRTP would be if it's staffed by county employees, staffed by CBO employees, is a rental property to house foster parents. Tell me a little bit more about the licensing and how big a hurdle that is.
So there are some questions that we need to have answered, specifically if it's going to be county staff supervising on site. I do have a follow-up conversation with the state tomorrow regarding this specific issue. So I'm exploring. They know that I've been very open with both the state child welfare officials as well as licensing about the plan for these spots. So we are having follow-up discussions to say how can we achieve what we need to achieve here.
Okay, so then we'll, as we ask for a motion today, I'd like that to be part of what comes back to us again. I know that there was some communications plan, again, that was presented to CFCS. I think that that's important to come to the whole board, because we really, I imagine that all of us are hearing from the stakeholders around their frustration and displeasure with communication. And particularly, one of the things I'm hearing, it came through a little bit today, but that it seems to families as though the focus is on output for departments as opposed to input from system users. And certainly department efficiency is important, but I want us to all keep in mind that that's not actually the goal. The goal is safe and secure placement of vulnerable children. And to do that, I will say again that we really need to hear from the families what they need to help them achieve that goal. I think that the last point I want to raise is regard to family finding. The file indicated that DFCS initiates family finding for youth with 2 or more placement disruptions. That surprised me. I know in Los Angeles, family finding starts prior to disposition in dependency court. And are we not doing family finding immediately at the time of renewal? Why are we waiting for multiple placements?
Yeah, and I think that's, I think the last time I was here, there was a discussion about family finding. I think we use that kind of interchangeably. We do start family engagement and family searching up front. I think that as we build up our capacity in formal family finding, then kind of to the LA model, having a formal family finding unit, that's where we can really front load that engagement component now. I think for the limited staff that we had on site that were only dedicated to family finding, that's the population that the initial focus was on. We also have a contract with Seneca, and they do that initial family finding for the children coming in the front, coming into first contact with the FCS. So that is happening. I think that's a component that we're going to have to continue to build.
So I'd like to know in the report back what it would really take. Is it a matter of additional staff? We are coming up toward to mid-year budgets. What do we need to have in place, whether it's humans or other resources, to be able to really drill down on the family finding so that that is our priority and that we reduce our reliance on putting kids with unrelated strangers who are, as we're seeing and hearing, really wonderful caregivers for the kids, but perhaps not the ideal long-term solution. So I'm going to stop here and wait to hear what the motion is in terms of coming back and what next steps are.
Joe, did you have anything? I'm going to go to Mike, and then I'm going to make a motion. So.
Thank you. Mine will be brief, Madam President. Gentlemen, I read the numbers of kids, that you're serving, almost 2,000 last year, or at any point in time, I guess, is really a better way to say that. And the county's been doing this type of role for a long time. I've learned a great deal over the last year, not so much voluntarily, but because of the issues of the rake. It required reading for me. I guess what I'm asking is, after all these years of providing this kind of care and cooperating with the private sector and foster homes and behavioral health and all the things that we do and have done for so long for so many, I'm confused why we're in this awkward, uncomfortable, unhappy place. And I don't know how brief you can be on a response. Bob, I see you lighting up your mic. If you've got a brief response, I'd be very interested. If you want to do an off-agenda thing at a later date, I'd be very interested. I just look at so many things the county does for so long for so many, and it just seems this particular issue should have been resolved and remedied and moved on, and us be talking about best practices and people coming here to study what we do, like a reentry center or something like that. And I'm not feeling it.
No, I think it's a great point. What I would point to is I think the child welfare system, now nationally, but first in California, was making a big step towards the elimination of the congregate care. And what we realized in the system is that's just not acceptable. It's not healthy. What we were doing is essentially warehousing kids where we had problems. We would just try to shuffle them around, warehouse them until they would age out, and we would just move on to the next case. What I think is really positive and exciting is there is this desire, like I said, first in the state with the Continuum of Care Reform and nationally with the Families First Prevention Services Act, to rethink all of that. And what's happening is there's disruption in that system. Our care providers are experiencing that same thing of we've disrupted the system and this is the shakeout of it. I am highly confident of what is being envisioned. It will be much, much better for our kids. And I think that we're going to get through this tough patch, which I'm really impressed in terms of being able to work on this issue with the county to do this, because I think in many other jurisdictions, they're still riding it out, seeing if this is for real, and they're still not creating what we're attempting to create. So it's exciting, but it's going to be a little hot and messy, I think.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Supervisor Simonian?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to note many of the issues I would have raised have already been raised. I did just want to note that we have an off-agenda report that was received just yesterday on the subject, and appreciate that, Dr. Smith. It comes from Mr. Menikachi, but I know you've played a role in that as well. The very last item is item 12. It says report back on requests to get an outside evaluator to come back with reviews at 3, 6, and 9 months. This item is a work in progress as SSA is considering potential evaluators and will report back any updates. I just want to make sure this issue does not get lost. I think my own partial answer to the issue that Supervisor Wasserman raised is as to sort of why are we here today in the place that we are, is that we, without careful oversight and evaluation, we're going to have struggles. And I think going forward, the two things I observed previously that I want to underscore again today are there's clearly a lack of trust out there. I don't say that critically of anybody. I just say it as a statement of fact. So one way we can address that lack of trust is to have some outside evaluation and monitoring that reports back to the board and the larger community. The other thing is we got a lot of moving parts going on here, as my colleagues have referred to various pieces of the program and expressed their interest and or concern. And I think if ever it was important to have the kind of evaluation and monitoring and oversight that I am asking for, it is now in this period of extraordinary and complex transition and change. So I hope that when a motion is forthcoming shortly, that the motion will again reiterate, forgive me, I guess that's redundant, will reiterate the importance and expectation that this board has around the issues of monitoring, oversight, evaluation, report back to the board and the larger community. Because I think otherwise, all too easily, we could find ourselves sitting right back here having the same conversation 6 months or a year from now. And that's certainly not in the best interest of the kids, and I know that's not what any of us want. Thank you.
So I want to make some recommendations, and I also just want to alert folks who are here that at about 12:15, I'm going to let everybody here take a 10-minute break so they're satiated and not grouchy with me later, because we have a lot to do. But just on this subject, So first of all, I know all of you have your notes about the things that you've highlighted. My staff is taking notes, and I know your staff is taking notes about all of the follow-up that will need to occur. I want to make three things very clear. One, that this will stay on the board's agenda. So I'm going to agendize this for next month, because until we better understand how to right size this, there's just no wiggle room around that. We'll work with staff to look at how we can take deep dives on subject matters through the Children's Family Seniors Committee, but I think it's really clear that it needs to stay at the full board. Two, I really appreciate Dr. Smith's candor about the ability for us to do a better job, just looking at really collaboration. And I just want to say, I think the point that was raised by my colleagues, in particular, I think, Susan, the point you raised about having a real meaningful exchange of ideas is actually very important to coming up with very concrete solutions. And then, so to the folks who came out to speak to us, I want to say thank you. Thank you for meeting with us, and I know you've been meeting with all the staff. I want to better understand, before we meet, the collaboration plan. It's not a communication plan. It's really a collaboration plan, what it looks like, and so that at the next board meeting we understand how the sit-downs occurred and what kind of ideas and information are coming forward. And then here's the third big bucket. I know you are moving very fast. I do want to just say to my colleagues that all of these issues that we're having a discussion today about, I think have been raised by in particular, the foster families. I'll come back to the staff, but have been raised for years and were not responded to properly. When we had the Foster Youth Task Force, we went through and talked about all of these issues. That's how Hop, Skip, and Ride happened. But what happened is it got announced without a conversation with the folks who were requesting it, and so the mode that we're using doesn't match the need that was requested. And so what I want to make a request of is that there are some pieces of this that could be leveraged by other departments, and I really appreciate that you've begun this work with behavioral health. I think that's very smart to bring them in, and I think that's a really good direction. That being said, the county should be having more collaborative discussions with other partners, and I'm not suggesting this is a solution, but I just want to use this as an example. We have an enormous contract with BTA. We spend a lot of money on the EcoPass. We spend a lot of money giving nonprofits money that then they give to people to ride the bus. And they have a program called Access, where they have fingerprinted, trained folks who are skilled at putting folks in wheelchairs and children and adults, and also littles in safety seats. So I just want to make sure that we're turning over every stone to both leverage our resources, but really to have those meaningful partnerships where we can to extend both the money we're spending, but also, and that may not be the solution, I'm just using that as an example. As part of that discussion we had with the Foster Youth Task Force, one of the early requests and actually direction that was given both by this board and buy-in from that board was this idea around family finding. And I cannot emphasize enough how concerned I am about the way we're approaching that body of work. I know you all are going to get in front of this, but I want to raise it because when we look at the SIP and all of those old studies where we're saying, here's what we're going to do to deal with disproportionality, here's what we're going to do to have better outcomes for children, here's what we're going to do to reduce trauma. As part of the SIP, we really did look at these underpinning strategies, and am I using the right term? We have a report that we give both to the federal and state government. Is it really called the SIP? Okay, that was a long time ago that I remember reading it, but nonetheless, all of these components were raised, but not truly addressed. And so I raise that because what I want to make sure we're doing is really addressing the problem you're trying to solve, because and I think family finding is really core to that. Like it's part of what we're supposed to be doing, like separating as few families as possible. Family finding is core to that. We haven't prioritized that in a way internally even. I mean to the organization. So I'm lifting that up because it, to me, is emblematic of something actually that Bob and I had a discussion about that I just want to share with my colleagues. I think, Bob, you are being very wise about the language that you're using. And I just want to reflect back what I think you're telling us, which is this. I don't think anybody in the country is doing what we should be doing for children who are in need. And what that means is that a lot of the work that, based on the leadership we have from our staff, our social workers, and our foster families and our nonprofit partners, we're really ahead of the game in many respects, and no one's ahead of the game. So one of the points you raised with me that I thought was really thoughtful is that the movements we're making around the rake and Kiki and even the service model changes mean that we're probably in the middle of learning how to do this. We're not at the end of it. And I say that because I think we have to all be part of an idea that we're going to learn fast and we're going to learn together so that we really can do good things for children, support the foster families who are helping us, and be able to support the social workers who have ridiculously hard jobs as well. So I'm saying that to my colleagues because what I think is important about the point I'm raising is that I don't think we're going to have a set of miracle solutions. I think the really profound question you asked really means that we're in the middle of understanding that we're going to get there. We're going to get there together. But I also think the only way we're going to get there is if it stays on our radar. Because I'll tell you what I also think. I think kids haven't been a priority in the nation for a long time. I think that's why we have really messed up systems and why we're stuck with a bunch of rules that don't make sense from the state and federal government. Because if you were really thinking about this from a child perspective, trauma-informed, and that these children had ultimate value to us, we never would have had the system we have right now. So we're doing something very difficult, and I want to acknowledge that. So I did not, the reports weren't as responsive, even the late report, as I wanted to see. I recognize you're doing a work in progress, so I'm more saying that because I could go through the report at length, but since my colleagues have already started doing that, I don't want to do that today. What I will say is that we will get our notes to you. I'm going to ask my colleagues that for your very specific comments that if you have notes that we get those to the staff. I'm going to ask that when the report comes back to us, that the budget component be a little more refined, that the strategic initiatives be more refined, and that under each strategic initiative that we have a note that says who helped us think about this so that we really are looking at that collaboration plan, as well as, I know communication's part of it. I want to make sure we're seeing that, and that it be on the second agenda in February. So we have a month to get some work done. I'm making that in the form of a motion that includes all the comments that my colleagues have made so that there is a level of responsiveness, a level of clarity, because I also think this will become more clear as we work together on it. Bob, do you have any thoughts or concerns about that as a motion?
The only thing I would say is timing-wise, we ran up against this with this report, is really what that means, and we come back in a month, is we have 2 weeks to work on it. So that does squeeze us a little bit, but that's part of why what you see, the format of what you see, and not the time we have.
Got it. And one request I would make, recognizing that, is that I know we have a lot of rules about where things go in the board agenda process. I'm going to try not to look at Megan as I say this. But what I would like to request is that even if that means that we have the product yellow tagged a few days before, that we have a basic ledge file, but that we recognize that, not unlike what you did today, but that product, that second product is the goal, then if that's appropriate, that's how I'd like to recommend that it come back. Is that okay? And does that make sense?
Yes, as long as the board's understanding that in 2 weeks, we're not going to be able to collaborate with all of the stakeholders.
That's right. No,
Yeah.
we're going to keep it on, because
Yeah.
that's not the only goal, but we're going to keep
Right.
it on. Okay.
Right.
Everybody okay with that and understand the request? All right. So we have a motion and everybody's voted. I don't have any idea. I'm learning here. What do we got? Has everybody voted? Are they all behaving well? All right. And that passed unanimously. I want to thank all the speakers very much and the staff for all your work. Okay, with that, we're going to move on to item 13, and this is a referral from Supervisor Cortese and I. And Dave, do you want to take lead on this, or would you like me to?
President Chavez is happy to sign on to the request with you at the request of the African American Community Services Agency. I'm not sure that's actually spelled correctly in the referral. But that said, let me defer to you.
So on this item, I think what Victor is telling me is all of our speakers have left, and they're coming back in 5 minutes. So what I want to do is maybe we just go ahead and take comments right now, and and we'll see if they can come back as quickly as they can. Susan, you had a request or a question on this item?
Yeah, thanks. I just want to make a comment and reflection about where I'm still hoping that we can create a better system. Clearly, AXA does tremendously important work, but this report back won't be until after the event itself. So I'm going to abstain, as I've done for other sponsorship requests that didn't make it to the board in a timely fashion. But what I would really like to see, and I'll turn to Dr. Smith, is a report back maybe at the second board meeting in February with options for streamlining sponsorship requests at a set point or a couple of set points through the year. And I'm interested in this because I think it will help the community organizations do their work better as well, rather than waiting until a week before their event to find out whether or not they've got county sponsorship, particularly with events like this that happens annually. And I'd like a system where these requests are gathered. The sponsorship comes from all of us, but when we rely on or wait for one board member or another to bring them forward, I think we're just not as efficient as we could be, and we really are potentially doing a disservice to our CBOs that really hope to count on this funding.
We can bring back some ideas, yes.
Can I ask, I think there's actually been a referral already on this like a couple of years ago, and so...
Came up with a sponsorship policy, but what
not
I hear...
the action plan?
Yeah. The policy basically just determines how somebody can bring it forward and how it has to be approved. What I'm hearing is consolidating the request into like a yearly or
Can I make a request, which is, I do remember us doing the policy. Susan, why don't you do this as a referral so you can put in the elements you think are most impactful? You've got the freshest eyes on this, frankly, because we've been here. It took us forever to get the policy, so I think putting a framework around the referral of what you'd like to see would actually be really helpful.
I'm glad to do that. So then I'll pull back the request, Dr. Smith, for a report back at the second meeting in February. I will get a referral in as quickly
and then that way we can talk about it,
as
because I
I
think
can.
you've raised a good point, and I think it needs to be dived into.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So we have a motion, and then I don't know if we have any, what? Oh, Joe, Supervisor submitting.
Thank you. Just before we hear from community members to the issue that Supervisor Ellenberg raised, I just want to underscore a point that Dr. Smith raises as before he steps out for a moment. No, I just want to underscore. Dr. Smith has reminded all of us, I know certainly me at least, from time to time, that notwithstanding whatever board policy we have on any given day, 3 votes of the board can effectively unmake policy or choose to supersede policy. And that's both the good news and the bad news sometimes, depending on your point of view. It's a kind of an on the one hand, on the other hand thing, as Supervisor Chavez is reminding me. But I do, Supervisor Ellenberg, I sort of appreciate your desire to have a process here that's a good one, but I just want to sort of underscore the challenge of the fact that policy is not binding, essentially, on us in that way. So look forward to
But it
hearing.
does create framework, and
Great.
yeah, and I
Thanks.
appreciate that. We have 3 speakers: Kathy Blake, Scott Largent, and Milan Balaton. And Milan, you can come right up, and if the other 2 speakers are here, they can come forward as well. Welcome.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Milan Ballanton, and I'm the Executive Director of the African American Community Service Agency and a part of the 40th Annual Dr. Martin Luther King Luncheon that will be presented here in Santa Clara County. This morning, I am reminded by Dr. King's words of, even though we face the difficulties of today and tomorrow, I still have a dream. The 40th MLK Luncheon's title is "The Dream is a Verb." And that is because the dream is not just something that you imagine, but it is truly something that you do. And at the luncheon, we would like the support of Santa Clara County for the funding that was presented by Supervisors Chavez and Cortese, for all of you to vote in support of it, because it reminds young people and senior citizens and all those in attendance to continue to do the great work that is needed to be done here in the county. It is for us to be inspired by speakers meeting new potential participants of our Leadership Academy that are in attendance seeking mentors and guidance. I sincerely ask that you support this, because we've been keeping it going for 40 years to inspire people at the beginning of the year to continue to do the work that Dr. King started and that a future Dr. King will do here in Santa Clara County. That's my time. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or feedback from the board? If I could get all, yes.
I just want to reemphasize and make sure that my intention is heard clearly, that I have absolutely no objection to our board supporting this. I plan to attend the event. I was there last year, and it's really wonderful. And I'm fairly confident it will pass with my abstention. I really want to work us toward a consistent process that will make sure that events like this continue to be funded and aren't worried about the week before the very event.
Dave?
Yeah, I just want to say I have absolutely no problem with continuing to revise the policy. It's gone through over, as I recall, over 220 pages worth of legal revision in the time I've been here. If we didn't do this at all, it would be fine with me. I have no concern whether or not the Board of Supervisors, pursues or makes small-time grants for 40-year-old traditions and organizations as a policy. There was once upon a time when we could just use our discretion as supervisors to, if we believed in something enough as a cause, that we would just use a part of our office budget, and it didn't come to the Board of Supervisors. And then there were all these revisions that said, in the wake of a past scandal, that we should come to the Board of Supervisors with it. So changing again to some other model is fine with me. But what I would like to say is, in the meantime, this is the system that we have, and it feels awkward to follow this system that's been put in place to the T. There's no way I couldn't just issue this or half of this with Supervisor Chavez from my office without coming here, and rehash the policy every time, we have something coming forward. So I look forward to a referral or whatever. I'm the one that's going to be here the longest of us sitting around the dais, at least by tenure. And so I don't want to make a big deal out of where the board goes with this, long term. And I also want to make it very clear, I'm not married to the current methodology or policy whatsoever. But I do want to be able to utilize the rules that are in place, on a week-to-week basis until such time as they're changed, because otherwise it's chaos. I'm sitting in my office, and even my own staff is saying, can this be brought forward? Is it something you want to bring forward? And oh, by the way, is it still okay to bring it forward? Yep, it's okay to bring it forward, but it kind of there's kind of a cloud over the process on a week-by-week basis, and I don't think that's fair to community-based organizations either that want to make a request or have had some experience in the past. I would also, just as a suggestion that I'm also not wed to, I've mentioned it many times to the county executive and deputy county executives and others, I would have no problem if these established community-based organizations put their request, into the county executive up to a certain bucket of dollars, and that those reports were just sunshined here, even without action, just a note and file. We want you to know, I think VTA operates like that, Supervisor Chavez, if I'm not mistaken. We've purchased a sponsorship at this event. There's going to be tickets distributed, first come, first serve, whatever. It's an administrative function in my mind, not something that we should be having long, repeated policy discussions about. So I suppose I'm venting a little bit, but again, look forward to whatever my colleagues want to do in terms of a future process, but I'd like to know that in the meantime, we can go by the book and continue to respond to community-based agencies under the current policy.
Thank you. All right, has everybody voted? I don't know, we'll fix it. We'll fix it. All right, so that passes 4 with 1 abstention. 4 and 1 abstention. Thank you very much. We're going to take a very short break. We will be back here at 12:30. Thanks, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to call our meeting back into order. And I'm going to give my colleagues a minute to come back from wherever they ran in the building. Good. We're moving to item 14. And this is a referral from Supervisor Simidian. I'll let Supervisor, would you like to begin?
Certainly. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think colleagues all know that as we have looked at a range of responses to homelessness in the Valley, we have looked at a range of different tools that might be used. Some have greater, some have lesser potential in addressing the need. I think safe parking programs have the potential to be a piece, not more than a piece, but a piece of the solution that we're seeking. And a number of communities have already gone down this path. Some have had some struggles. Our county has already provided some funding for what are mostly early stage or pilot programs. But I think we have enough experience now here in Santa Clara County to identify what some of the challenges are that we're going to address if we want to both do a better job but also scale these up so it can be a more significant part of the solution. The memo is relatively brief. I'm sure you've all had a chance to look at it. Provides direction to staff to expand our efforts to support safe parking programs. I think the challenges are different from community to community, location to location, and organization to organization. But I think clearly one of the conclusions I've come to is that if we don't have sites that, or at least some significant number of sites that are open 24 hours a day rather than on a half-day basis, the program will always have significant limitations. Finding enough sites so that we have some economies of scale and can actually make an impact is part of the challenge as well. Insurance coverage has proved to be thorny for some sort of smaller, emerging local nonprofits, even though they're formally established as 501c3s. And so that's the reason for the referral, and I'm happy to make the motion. I do think this can be a useful tool as we try and connect people with the case management, move them to permanent supportive housing, which is, of course, is the longer-term hope. So I appreciate the opportunity to make the case. I appreciate the second. Would ask you all for an aye vote. Happy to respond to questions, if any.
Supervisor Cortese?
Yes, I think this is great, Supervisor Simidian, and I'm happy to support it. There wasn't much discussion about why, or let me just pull that back, strike that. There wasn't a lot of discussion about what you would be referring to in terms of geography. I assume, given your emphasis generally about making sure things are county-wide, that it wouldn't just be an opportunity, to match these jurisdictions that have already launched their own initiatives or something like that. I'm very interested in seeing it, as ubiquitous as possible. And I just want to know if that was your intent. It just wasn't really spoken to very much in the memo.
Absolutely. The memo makes reference, of course, to San Jose and Morgan Hill, the West Valley. I mentioned Mountain View just because that's a place that's been, frankly, making a real effort, but encountering some real challenges. So I clearly see this as an opportunity to up our game county-wide. Just by way of sharing and full disclosure, in March of this year, my office and I are planning to try and put a little time and effort into I'll call it a coordinated outreach effort in Palo Alto and Mountain View, if those two cities are interested, and I expect they will be, in identifying sites. Whenever people ask me, well, what's the necessary precondition to the success of these efforts, I say identifying sites. You can have all the services available, you can have the resources, you can have nonprofit partners, but without sites, and while I think it's marvelous that we've had some folks in the faith community step up, if they're limited to 4 or 5 cars overnight, and that's on a 12-hour basis, that's not going to be the kind of larger response that I think some of us like to see. So I could have just said the short answer is yes, countywide, but you gave me an opportunity to plug my effort, and I appreciate that.
I appreciate the explanation, and look forward to voting yes on it here in a moment. And I would agree with what I'm hearing from you is that there are tremendous opportunities out there that, and to put it up on the negative, I guess from my perspective, it's hard, very hard to defend out there, while engaging our constituents, whether they're houseless or housed, why we aren't filling up even the county parking lots at night. There's one right across the street here that's empty. I know Dr. Smith has indicated some past interest in utilizing that one overnight. You could think of Julian, you could think of Elmwood for that matter. I'm not sure why that massive parking lot needs to be empty all night over in Milpitas. But anyway, it's your referral. I support it, and looking forward to seeing it pay off. Thank you.
So I only have, I have one, so first of all, I'm really excited about this too. And I only have one concern, and that is that I also think we need to work with cities on the policies they're imposing that put us and other cities in a bind. And one example would be the Mountain View restricting RVs on their streets. I don't know what the total ban was, but you're not allowed to be parked if you're in an RV over a certain amount of time. And they did that without having a place for the RVs to go. And I worry that what that means is that other cities in the surrounding areas then get impacted, and then we have a whole bunch of restriction rules instead of opportunities for people to do what you're trying to put in place here. So what I don't want to do is be in a position where we're rewarding behavior that isn't aligned with what we're trying to accomplish. And I just want to make sure, I don't have a solution to that, Joe. I just wanted, as you're doing the outreach and having conversations with those cities, I just would be interested in us making sure that the approach and the problem solving is not one where folks create problems that then we have to pay for.
Two quick reactions, if you'd like them.
Please.
One is, and I'm speaking obviously only for myself here, I don't want to insert myself in any of these local debates. We all have unique districts. One of the things that's unique about mine is I have 8 different cities and towns in my district, and I respect the ability of each of those 8 city councils to make their own judgments about what they're doing, and in some cases I'll agree, in some cases I won't, in some cases I'll think I don't have enough information to second guess them. But to your point, Supervisor Chavez, I would agree that this should not in any way, shape, or form be viewed as a response to or comment on or accommodation to any particular point of view on this issue in any of the communities that I represent or elsewhere in the county. I think regardless of how people feel about local ordinances that pop up, we can all agree, I think, almost all, I never should say all, I guess, but we can almost all agree that if we've seen a doubling in the number of people who are living in their cars over the last couple of homeless censuses, which we have, and if we can provide one more option that would at least give those people a safe, permitted place to be, where there is case management that can lead them to a better place in their lives, then to Supervisor Cortese's point, let's get some of those obstacles out of the way and make that happen. Now, the second piece, and I'm going to do a little bit more of a reveal here than I had planned to, and I'm going to look to the County Council to keep me on the straight and narrow. I think one of the challenges that we've had as I've talked to folks in various cities in the county is that we have a number of very well-intentioned laws at the state level and ordinances at the local level that end up inhibiting more creative or flexible solutions like safe parking. There is a way to work our way through that, and that is the shelter crisis law that was passed at the state level, which specifically designates Santa Clara County as a shelter crisis jurisdiction if we adopt the necessary resolution, which we have done. That means that if there are properties that we either own or lease, even at a nominal rate, we may be, and I believe we are, entitled to cut through some of those other more limiting state and local prohibitions to provide a more robust program that could truly be 24/7. So what I'm hoping we can do is part of this referral is sort of nail down the specifics about how we can achieve greater flexibility. And, I want to be respectful of local views and opinions like we all do, and we'll all do the outreach that's necessary. But I think that by virtue of using that legislation, which apparently does not apply, in my understanding, to individual jurisdictions in the county, but does apply to the county as a jurisdiction, that we might find some more creative solutions with a little more flexibility. Sorry for that long answer, but I understand the nature of your concern, and I want to make sure we steer clear of it.
Yeah, and I want to just make a point, and this I want to raise as more part of our future budget, and I'll sunshine this for my colleagues too, is that I am convinced that we have increased budgets in a number of departments because of the lack of responsiveness to local jurisdictions to fund particular activities. And we have a lot of conversations about the fact that the San Jose Police Department's a full, I think it's like 400 people less than it was when I served on the city council. That has an impact on us, so we're hiring DAs to do more investigations. We need to do that because the investigations that we're looking at are sexual assault and they're, child pornography. They're very important cases. But I also want to make sure that, and that the jurisdictions have impact on each other that then impact what our responsiveness needs to be. And I don't know the appropriate way to engage on that, but as we get into the budget process, I do want to have a conversation about that because I think it will allow us, and I want to go back to something Supervisor Wasserman is always saying, which is how did this end up on our to-do list? And I think I think there are lots of times we take responsibility, as we should, because we are the safety net, but just really walking into these decisions with a more full scope of understanding, I think, would be beneficial, not just for us, but for people who come after us.
If I may just, I look forward to that discussion as part of the budget process. Two quick observations. I was actually in a jurisdiction where I heard one of the elected officials present talk about their willingness to help the county with its homeless problem.
Yeah,
and,
right.
and I, as you can imagine, had a reaction to that.
I bet it was an awesome one, too.
It was certainly memorable, even though I found the comment regrettable. And I think, I apologize for quoting myself, but at the first state of the county address that I gave, I talked about partnerships for progress. And what I said then and what I would say to anyone who raises these issues is, look, we can spend all day trying to make it somebody else's problem. But if everybody will do their part, if everybody will do a little bit, there's so much more we can get done. And I know that sounds sort of hokey when you say it out loud, but the truth of the matter is, if everybody says, well, yeah, it's a problem and somebody else should take care of it, we'll get nowhere. If everybody says, you know what, let's not take out too sharp a pencil, let's figure out what can we do, what can you do, and what can we do together. And this is one of those areas, and I think we can get there. And I appreciate the staff's effort to date and appreciate the board's willingness to consider sort of putting a finer focus on that and looking at what that might entail, both in terms of resources and expertise.
Yeah, and I think, thank you for that. And my objective is really just enough transparency so people know how we got where we are if they ever need to take a look at it again. All right, thank you very much. And I have two, Dave, do you still want to speak on this item? And I have two public speakers as well. And I apologize to not going to the public speakers first. I will do that for future items. Scott Largent, to be followed by Ida Rose. And if you could both come forward, Scott.
Great. Ready when you are, Tiffany. Thank you. Thank you. I'm not Scott Largent. I'm not saying this to rat anybody out right here. It's just obvious when everybody comes to work now, when you're driving past the FAA land over there. It's now become like an RV park. It's become like a campsite area. Please don't start calling law enforcement and sweep all those poor people out of there. These are mothers, fathers, domestic violence survivors. When you go over there, when you're driving by, you only see a minimal amount. When I go through there and talk to everybody, there's probably 300 people living over there right now. And the sad part is now they're starting to, they got to stay warm. So now they're starting to have little fires. Okay, they're cooking on barbecues, but now they're actually having fires. Now I know that's going to be a problem. People could actually get hurt over there. If we provided a safe place for people to go, park their motorhomes, pitch their tents, provide services, then we're not going to have fires. We're not going to have people urinating and defecating in bushes. And it's very scary over there at night. I go through there with my little camera. I kind of go out there and see people that I know. Imagine being a woman over in the middle of that field over there at 3:30 in the morning trying to get back to your encampment. It's very sad. I was impressed with the Hope Village thing when it kind of sprouted out there. It kind of got bounced around. It crashed and burned. These people really have nowhere to go. And if we're going to do transitional overnight parking stuff, when are we going to start helping them fix their motorhomes? When are we going to start taking the gray water out of there? When are we going to patch the roof, put on a new tire, make it so they can go to all these different places? Because currently right now, a lot of people are hurting really bad. They can't fix the motorhome. They can't get the motorhome to move. They're using ropes. They're trying to, it's very sad watching these people suffer, and they need a place to go, and they don't have a place to go. So thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I'm Ida Rose Sylvester, the chair of Mountain View's Human Relations Commission. We are in a unique partnership with resident-driven group, the Mountain View Coalition for Sustainable Planning. Together, we've co-created a task force to identify safe parking lots in the city of Mountain View, and also to work with our community to understand the concerns of both housed residents, local businesses, and the vehicle dwellers themselves. Our task force interfaces with organizations like MOVE, with legislators around the county and state, and with county staff. We are very grateful for the ongoing support from our county staff. We are a unique and perhaps first of its kind partnership between city staff, an advisory body, and resident volunteers. So we are very pleased to see you move forward today. Your leadership matters. Cities are looking to the county to set policies and, maybe more importantly, moral direction. But we need your help. We need help identifying a path to get to 24/7 lots in our cities. Cities are very concerned about the legal issues surrounding this, as you know. We need, of course, help, as Joe mentioned, identifying more sites. We are working on this. We are spending months and months and months trying to bring sites on board. We need help providing incentives to lot owners, or at least to remove the friction, such as concerns over liability. We need more funding for caseworkers. But we want you to know we're here to help support in the North County. We have a huge task force of people willing to do the work, but we can't go it alone. So thank you very much for your leadership today.
Thank you. We have no other speakers. All members have voted, and that passes unanimously. Yeah, thank you for the idea. And we're going to now move to the Board of Supervisors assignments. This is item 15. I just wanted to alert my colleagues there's only been one change, and thankfully Supervisor Ellenberg caught that we needed two appointments to the JCC, which is our Joint Child Care Coordinating Commission. We need 3 seats? Oh, 3 Cs. Okay. So I want to thank her for that. Other than that, I left people's assignments as they were, in part because it seemed like things were working well. I don't know if any of my colleagues have any questions for me. We have one speaker on the item, so I'll go to the speaker, and that is Rhoda Fry.
Hi, I'm Rhoda. I apologize for reading my statement. Supervisor Chavez, congratulations on your appointment to the BACMed board. I'm begging you and your colleagues to press for cleaner air from the cement plant and for BACMed to do their job. Lehigh is nearly tied for first place as the state's worst sulfur polluter, accounting for 13% of our state's sulfur pollution. In the Back Med District, they're number 1 for nitrogen oxides, accounting for 18% share, and number 7 in our state. In the 90s, the cement plant made unauthorized changes to the cement plant that caused more pollution, and Back Med did nothing. 20 years later, the EPA is stepping in with a toothless consent decree. It's like telling your kid that you've cut their video gaming time to 24 hours a day. Look, 40% of the cement industry is supported by government projects. Our taxes are supporting this mega polluter. In the last week, we've had 3 air incidents. They don't exist if an inspector does not see it. We must measure air pollutants with on-the-fence testing. We need disclosure. We're 3 years in arrears for toxic air contaminant information. I don't understand why they can't give it. We get our taxes done in 3 months. Why do they have to take 3 years? Years ago, I asked BACMED's Wayne Keno for video monitoring, and he refused. He said it would be called an investigation. Now he's being accused, he was accused in court for protecting polluters. And there's more. Please read my paper that's on your desk and at the back of the room. And thank you for your efforts to get BACMED to do their job.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions? Seeing none, may I get a motion? Move it. We have a second. Is everybody okay? And that passes 5-0. Next, this is another item I brought forward. This is board operations, and I wanted to walk through this document with you today. The only action we would be taking is just to receive this as a report, and if there are any concerns, I'd like to hear them, because if I need to, I'll bring different parts of it back. First of all, I've asked, for one change, I asked Megan Doyle, our clerk of the board, to join us up on the dais, in part because everybody else who's really responsible for board operations is up on the dais, and I wanted to include Megan. It is her choice. She is not captive there, so if she finds that this is not functional for her, just given how busy the day is, she will make the choice. I have confidence she will make a good one. Anyways, to that end, I'm excited to see her up here. The other is that I have, as it relates to the clerk of the board budget for the board president, I have one request in this, and that was I was going to bring back an increase to the amount that was delegated to each board office when they become board chair. I'm going to remove that request, and the reason I'm removing that request is that we're in bargaining right now, and it was and I wasn't being thoughtful about this, and my colleague, Mr. Wasserman, did. And so anyway, we're removing that request. What you will note is that I have decided to only be chair of the board for 1 year, as I discussed earlier, and there were really 2 significant reasons for that. Reason one was that I really like the idea of the board chair having 2 years and the board vice chair having 2 years. I think that is a very good change in our policies and practice. I think it allows us to continue work and not have a whole new set of activities for the staff. I also think it's a great opportunity to learn our jobs. Earlier, Supervisor Cortese had the opportunity to serve for 3 years. I think it's good for us to come back to this 2-year model, but it did throw off our 2-year rhythm and practice, and so for that reason I've decided to do 1 year. And in part, Supervisor Wasserman approached me with great enthusiasm, wanting to chair the board, but because of the way his terms work, the option was that he do 2 years now, and then I just do 2 years later. But I think it still would have had us 1 year off. But really, I wanted to be chair this year because of the 100th anniversary of a woman's right to vote. So I'm really excited about doing it 1 year and then getting Supervisor Wasserman, putting it in his capable hands for 2 years, and then going back to a 2-year cycle, which I think is good for the board and harmonious for the board too, because I think everybody deserves the responsibility and the opportunity to chair. Any concerns or questions about either Megan or this idea?
Not concerns. And on the tenure, I think we all know you'll pack 2 years into 1 year, President Chavez.
They're nervously laughing, that's right.
That said, as far as the clerk situation sounds all good and well-intentioned and everything. I, for one, would ask the board if we would like to make it clear for Megan Doyle and for her purposes that she can move about the cabin freely, leave the dais, come back. I think Supervisor Smitty would probably refer to that as Sacramento style, but the fact that she has, at any given time, may have to deal with something, not that anybody else doesn't, but I think we're particularly sensitive to the fact that much of this overall operation of what's happening on several floors here might come down to her having to run off and deal with something. So I just wanted to try to make that clear up front, since this hasn't been done before, because to be tied down here for 5 or 6 or 7 hours in terms of opportunity cost could be an issue at some point. So I think you can be clear with the president of the board. That's what any of us would do, but not feel any kind of, as one Catholic to another, Catholic guilt about running out for a little while. So that said, I also want to say that for me, supporting this is, of course, no reflection on the great job that Tiffany Lanier always does here and has done under a variety of circumstances with the organization as a whole. Because I know in my 3 years that you just referenced as president of the board, I certainly couldn't have asked for anything more in terms of support by the clerk as an organization, but also through Tiffany's presence here. So thank you. I know that's going to continue, but I just wanted to seize the opportunity while we're on the topic to publicly thank Tiffany for all of her efforts.
Thank you. And I'm going to go through the rest of the referral, but is there anything on the first two? Yeah.
Just a clarification question. In pulling back the request for an increased salary for the additional position associated with the board chair, are you still asking for support in keeping that position with your office when you are no longer chair?
Well, I'm not asking really, honestly, support, because it's up to each board office to determine what they do with their budget. The reason we sunshined it was I wanted to make sure that everybody knew that this was a decision that Mike and I had made. And let me just say, part of the reason for that was that I didn't want to be in a position of hiring somebody for 1 year. And to be perfectly blunt, I felt like the volume of work that we have, and I know it's different for each office, in terms of our regional boards and all of that I wanted to bring someone on who could really help us manage not just this agenda, but a lot of the other work that we're doing. So I asked Supervisor Wasserman if he was comfortable with that, because as I was planning for the board, I was already making a decision about how I was going to hire for that position, and I had a 2-year framework. The reason I asked for the 3rd year, honestly, was that I know he never uses all of his budget, and so it was really a request that I made of him. But I think we're all responsible for our own budgets. At least that was my understanding from talking to council. Do you not think that's accurate, Joe?
A couple of things. One is these are decisions that get made budget year by budget year. So the allocation of staff, I think, needs to reflect the limitations of action for a single budget year. Yeah. It's also a decision. It gets a little complicated, obviously, because we change board offices on calendar year basis. But I just want to say, I would not commit to a 2nd or 3rd year of that staff position, which is designed, which I've enjoyed the last 2 years and had the ability to use to supplement my office staff during my board presidency years. I can't support that for 2 years when someone is not in fact in that role. I understand and appreciate the fact that Supervisor Wasserman may want to operate on a leaner budget and not take advantage of that opportunity, but I couldn't intellectually rationalize saying, and therefore will give the board president aid support to someone who was not in the board president role. If there was a need for other staff for some other reason, I'd entertain that as part of a larger budget discussion. But I think it's just, I don't think it's intellectually consistent to say we want to have the board president aide serve the board president and then have the board president aide serve the not board president for the following 2 years.
And I'm completely fine with us having that as a budget discussion as part of the budget process.
I appreciate the fact that you're asking now so that
Well,
we
actually,
sunshine.
I wasn't asking.
Okay.
I was really sunshining because but we can get more information from James about the process and who can make decisions about their office budget. But I'm happy to do that as part of our budget process. And I was really sunshining it because honestly, we want to be transparent in all of our activities, and I wanted to model that transparency that I expect from everyone.
Well, and I think you certainly did model it by putting it on the very first agenda. So I think that should be, no, I'm serious, that should be acknowledged and noted. Thank you.
Dave?
I like the idea of the budget process, taking a look at staffing. We do anyway. It's a line item in our budget that we make a decision on, obviously without, generally without a lot of fanfare, but of the equalization of essentially what is a block grant going to the offices, barring some need like President Smitty was talking about. So I just think that's a healthy discussion to have each time. Constituents at some point, it's not inconceivable the way public criticism comes about out there that somebody who's doing the right thing and sort of, doing a good thing, essentially from our perspective, and maybe are trying to operate on a shoestring, a little bit understaffed, but less than the other offices, maybe come under criticism by their own constituents for not taking full advantage of the staffing that's available. So we've heard, just about everything. I was criticized not too long ago for, in a public setting, for not spending all of my budget, for rolling over $900,000 over the last 10 years on the basis that you should have put that money on the street for your constituents. Who knew? I thought being prudent like that was with the dollars was a good thing. So I guess there's it's a healthy discussion. That's all I'm saying. One way or the other is what seems obvious is not so obvious. But Supervisor Chavez, you raised an interesting thing that came up a couple of times when I was serving as board president that I don't think the county has ever really talked about, the County Board of Supervisors, since the inception of staffing here. And the Board of Supervisors, there was a time in history when it had no staffing, and then as I understand it, there was originally one staff for all the supervisors who had to deal with all of that, and which happened to be Carla Collins' mother at the time, Drina Collins, the late Drina Collins. But what came up during my tenure as board president a couple times is there a possibility of having roving staff between the offices? And conceptually, I could see where the need for that could be useful. We talk about legislative advocacy, for example, in the debate about having a committee or not, but having a staff that can go back and forth between the offices legitimately, as sort of a singular position. But I guess I'm trying to say it would be healthy to establish or to explore that further. And it made me think of it when you kind of elevated the issue of, well, what if Supervisor Wasserman and I want essentially to share a staff, is what you're saying. He's willing to take some FTE and sort of slide it over your way because he thinks that's a good thing to do. I just don't know mechanically how we set that up, and what I'm sure even the clerk hasn't dealt with that as a case of first impression. So I think it's just worth taking a look at that and seeing what can we actually do. Whether we do it or not is another question. But
sure.
What are the pieces we could move around mechanically if we wanted to?
And actually, what's interesting about that is that even as we looked at committee assignments, I know, like you, and just to say this, I think the work that you've been doing on MTC has both repercussions for VTA. So VTA gives support, not a staff person per se, but some support to helping to look at the agendas to help understand what the implications are for Santa Clara County. But we actually don't do that as aggressively on a lot of our regional committees that we all sit on. And so, just to make a point, when I came here, as a new board member, I was sort of given a list of everything that George was doing and other people didn't want. I was sort of the pledge, right? So I ended up with a bunch of these regional task forces, and some, Dave, that you've served on ably for a long time, ABAG, MTC. Now I serve on ABAG, BACMed, and on BACMed, lead 2 committees, will be vice chair of BACMed. And by the way, we as a county put a lot of money into those organizations because the way we're taxed for them. So I do think perhaps what we could do is have this more fulsome discussion at our priority setting session, because the other issue that we haven't talked about is that at the time that you came on to do and you were taking on more responsibility for the board, we had asked Supervisor Simidian to take on more responsibility for our federal interface. And at that time, we had added additional money, I think, Joe, to your staff for you to be able to do that work. Frankly, that's one committee, which is not a small thing, but that committee, if you take all the other committees that we're working on regionally, might be a way for us to take a look at the way to support all of our offices at an appropriate level. We actually took the action to give Supervisor Simidian that extra resource because we anticipated it being something out of the ordinary that was going to take a significant amount of work. That is co-chaired, I believe, by you, Dave.
Yeah.
And we did not do that for the co-chair. We did it for the chair. And again, I don't think that's a bad thing. I think it was something that we saw, especially as the federal government was changing so hostily, that we were going to need a little more support at a local level. But that being said, we've really done them in one-offs and not had a more fulsome discussion about it.
I can say, your point being, a large part of your point being that attaching the staffing needs to the larger scale efforts like that, which each and every one of us has some involvement in, whether it's VTA or whether, and that'll go on in the future.
Yeah.
But it's just another way to slice it up or to look at it through the lens of where are these big efforts where we don't want to get papered, is what lawyers call that. I don't know what other people call that, by whether it's federal government, the executive branch, whether it's the MTC, and we're over here trying to do our best to remain in an appropriate position with VTA, which is sort of our sister agency. Sometimes that's where the extra staffing, support really helps the county.
But to your other point, it may make sense to have it embedded in the county versus in our offices. I think about that even with Caltrain. Caltrain wants to talk to us about another tax, and there's some homework we need to do on that. So that's helpful. Thank you for the feedback. Joe, did you want to jump back in?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
So let me just go to this other item, and this is what I'd like to do relative to personnel. First, I wanted to say a very big thank you to Supervisor Cortese, because Supervisor Cortese has been a liaison to our appointees, and what he's done is that every time we meet with them, he takes all the notes, he does a letter, he and his staff have packaged a way for us to work on this, to work on really supporting our appointees. What I was really interested in doing was taking a slightly different tact, and that was for us to bring in somebody who could work with us and our direct appointees, so that when the direct appointees, you may know that over the last couple of years, Dave and I were on a little subcommittee to help restructure the reporting mechanism that our board appointees were using, because prior to that, the appointees were just kind of giving us whatever they thought was important. We responded to it, but it wasn't a consistent format, so it was hard to say, oh, this makes sense, across the board. So that's one thing we worked on. Dave has continued to take notes. Dave is going to be leaving, and so Joe wanted to do it now, but I saw him lean in there. I want to do this. With a number of the boards that I'm on, we do have a third party that comes in to not just take notes, but make sure that when the board makes recommendations to the work plan, that the work plans get updated. So what is kept in the files is the actual goals and outcomes that we want the appointee to have. And the second opportunity, I think, is to make sure that we really can have a third party look at how we do compensation. And so there's no conflict because I always feel a little awkward about talking about our appointees with the folks who work for them. And at least in one of my agencies, there was actual conflict between the staff and the person being evaluated. That I'd like to make sure that we don't have that. We haven't had that concern here, but this is really, as Supervisor Cortesi's moving on, this was an opportunity for us to, I think, restructure this. The point of the committee was really Supervisor Simidian and I were delegated by you all to look at the consultants that came through for the OCLEM, for the oversight. And so the only thing we did was make a recommendation to you. And what I wanted to be able to do was have conversations with a few entities that could do this work with a partner on the board, come back to the board with some options and ideas, and then let the board make a decision about how to proceed.
Madam President, yes, I didn't know you looking to.
I was looking right at you.
Thank you. I thank you for that explanation, and I had a different understanding when I first read it, and I appreciate what you said. And what it sounds like is picking a consultant who serves to help identify information, whether it be comp salaries, whatever, but at no time in this example would the president and the vice president be meeting with the appointee just one-on-one, making a decision or a recommendation to the full board. Anytime our appointee is interviewed, annual reviews, that kind of thing would be in front of the entire board in closed session.
Yes, the only purpose of this committee would be to get us started and to look at contracts, because I found that really helpful with Joe. I would not have wanted the responsibility by myself, and honestly, I don't think you all would have wanted to read the
contracts for the consultant.
Right, and as Joe just showed you, we read this much.
Okay.
Yeah.
If I may, it's similar to in LAFCO, where we have an annual review of Nalima, the executive director. There is a hired third-party attorney. The LAFCO board sits in a room and discusses all their thoughts about the executive director. That outside third party takes notes, then brings it back to the full board and said, this is what I heard you say. And the board tweaks it, says, yes, that's right, that's fully reflective, it's not fully reflective. And then that information then is presented in front of the whole board in closed session with the appointee. Okay.
Well,
and Dave,
also
thank you for your...
Any other way that you all decide, I mean, we do that as a team, not one of us. So
yes.
This is really just having a couple folks get to dig in on it. Yeah.
And if I may, I'll jump in. Don Gage told me when I got here that you were doing it when I wasn't here. So thank you for the last 12 to 14 years of
Dave,
taking notes, writing up the report. I know you sent it to me at times for, does this reflect what we heard and what was said, and then passing on to him. So thank you for that volunteer effort.
Through the chair, it was sort of the opposite of staffing up. We had there was a gripe that, frankly, the majority of the board had that the cost at that time of the consulting, given what we were getting, was not a very good deal, let's just say, and so somehow I drew the short straw. But I haven't minded doing it all these years, but I'm more than happy to come to a conclusion anytime you folks are ready. So.
Thank you for that.
And I have to say my staff has obviously had the one staff member who has confidentiality in that process has probably shouldered most of the burden, and that's a challenge too. It's a challenging situation because it's not something the rest of the administration can help with, given the fact that we're dealing with appointees and personnel privilege. Right. So, glad to see the board's trying to figure out a way to do it.
Susan, did you have a comment?
I think, Dave, you anticipated one of the questions I was going to ask. Before 2008, we did have an external consultant who worked with the board. Is that correct?
We
When you
did.
first-
We did. And there was little to no interaction with the board. I mean, we could have changed that, but we were already in a contractual relationship that seemed generous relative to what we were getting in those years, in those dollars. So it was just a business decision, really. But there was a personnel piece to it, which I know I've talked to various county, our county lineage of county councils about this over the years. You can't have somebody who's not in that personnel privilege, which is basically just the board and the individual appointee, helping or sharing or preparing that without the consent of the person being evaluated. And typically that's not really welcomed. That relationship is privileged and sort of kind of sacred anyway. Hey, I just want my time with the board. So that's how we ended up. Well, if you're going to not have a consultant, then you're going to one of us is going to have to do it with a confidential staff. But there's no reason for. I mean, given the discussion we're having about the board, and I was counting up the assignments. People have 19 to 20. I don't know how you always end up with the most assignments, Mike. But it's we've added a lot of things. We've added a lot of duties. I think it's time to relook at it, unless somebody's just sort of dying to do it themselves as sort of a favor to the rest of the board. That's about all the history I have.
Thank you. That's helpful. And if we are going to consider going back to that model, I would want to really understand what wasn't sufficient before, what felt like it maybe wasn't worth the money. Was it if it was simply just an economic downturn and a downstaffing, that's pretty clear. But I want to make sure if we're serious about doing it this time, that we do it correctly. And I also appreciate the clarification that this is not a personnel committee of the board. This is a committee of two who will go out, find some potential candidates who will then be brought to the board. But in any case where we are meeting with or engaging with our appointees, it will be a board of 5.
Always.
Got it. Okay. Then that works for me. Thank you.
Comment and a suggestion or request. The comment is, as somebody who has served on, we've all had our different experiences in different venues. I've served on a school board, a city council, board of supervisors, state legislative work, not so much relevant in this case. The selection, appointment, compensation, retention, oversight of board-appointed officers is one of the most important things we do, and it is one of the most challenging things to do well, in my experience, observation, and conversation with other elected officials. We all have districts to serve. We all have policy agendas to pursue. Precisely because we do rotate leadership of the board, whether it's for a year or two. No one's in that position over an extended period of time. It's just awfully hard to do well, and I think it's a struggle. I think no shame in admitting that. I do think there are means by which we could and do a better job. Before we get directly to the notion of picking a consultant, I actually think it would be helpful to agendize this topic at the full board level that you brought to us, Supervisors, to talk a little bit more broadly. I don't want to turn it into a 6-month conversation because I know you're anxious to make progress on this, and I support that. But I think having some conversation about what do the different models look like, what do different jurisdictions do. I do think, candidly, that we're going to, and I think we should, end up bringing in some professional consultant help. One of the questions I would have is how do we prevent that from being somebody who's part of a good old person's network where they're, we think they're separate and independent, but really they're all part of the same network of folks who might not provide us with as much independence as we hope. So if we could perhaps, if you're amenable, I'd like to suggest that we simply agendize the larger topic for discussion here at some point, and then pursue the requests for proposals from consultants. I'd also like to hear candidly from the 5 board-appointed officers how they feel about it in whatever form they want to communicate. But I think there are going to be some limitations to, even now that we have Ms. Doyle at the dais, there are going to be some limitations on how much they're going to want to chat about that topic.
So if we do that, Joe, who would you assign to doing the research to present to the board?
The 2-person committee that you've identified.
I mean, in all
Seriously,
seriousness.
no, I was being serious. I think having, and I think you can ask staff. I think you could ask the clerk of the board, frankly.
So what I would like to do is then, I think that's a fine idea. I think, Mike, if you're comfortable with that, I would be happy to work with Megan on that. I think that would be a good next step. I think in terms of hearing from the board appointees, I think maybe what we could do is, let us think a little bit about how to.
I don't know how you do that.
But I don't
easily.
have a problem. I don't have a problem with the concept at all. It's really more that I think we have to try a couple models. And one thing I would just say about the oversight that we're using at the jails, not to compare that to working with our appointees. I just realized what a terrible example that is. But the one thing I would say about that process is that I thought, I thought it was important actually that the contract be internal to us. That we actually hire the staff to do the oversight. In this instance, I think it's quite the opposite. And so my objective would be to take some action that we recognize is going to be a bit of a work in progress, both getting feedback from our appointees, whoever the contractor is, whether or not the board likes it. So what I would recommend, and Megan, Mike and I can work with you on this, is that I'd really like to bring it back as soon as possible so that we can at least start trying something, particularly before Dave leaves.
Oh, I absolutely agree. I think, just to borrow a song title that I sometimes invoke, if we're going to, and no, I will not. It will be obscure, and I will not break into song. Not to worry. My concern, forgive me, I don't think I was terribly clear about this. My concern is before we go off and hire a consultant, particularly given the history of difficulty in working with a consultant, and I don't mean that in a bad way, I just mean that's history. Let's make sure we know what we want a consultant to do for us.
Yes.
The song title, by the way, is Joe Jackson, You Can't Get What You Want Till You Know What You Want. And it's not entirely clear to me that we're at that. No, that's not Shoeless Joe Jackson. This is Joe Jackson, the British singer-songwriter. Song title again, You Can't Get What You Want till you know what you want. And I'm not sure we know yet what we want, so I just like to make sure
I hear what you're saying.
we get a little more
we
clarity.
We can bring back a scope to the board with some options, and we'll work with Megan on that. And then thank you for not singing.
No, and my staff is giving me a look that says, stop referencing pop culture, not my area of expertise. So there you go. All right. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you for that. That's really, really helpful feedback. The last thing is pretty simple, and this is that I want to make sure that the history of items that come before the board they're really clearly denoted, so we know when the original referral came to the board, how it came to the board, and mostly the reason I want to do that is that over the time that I have been in office, here we've had one turnover of one seat. So I've been here 5 years, and Susan's our newest member. Over the first 5 years that Susan will be here, we're going to have a change of 2 more seats. By the time, Joe, you and I leave, it'll be 6 years, and Susan will have a whole new board. And so you're going to actually be part of much more transition than any of us have been. And so to go back and say, like, the reason I want to do the priority setting committee, the reason that I want to make sure that we have a real concrete set of approaches in terms of how we support our appointees. And the reason I want this level of transparency is I think the more delineation there is about how we do the business of the board, I think the less conflict there will be between board members and departments when we really understand all of that information. So really this is a kind of a minor thing. Some departments do it really well, others don't. So I can't always remember, was this something Susan brought, Joe, was this something you were working on 3 years ago that now I'm jumping in and Joe's offended because I am or not? You know, I just want to make sure when I offend you that I did it on purpose. That's my goal. So.
And since that
And
gives you
vice
the
versa.
And vice versa. No, but really, just as a small me too on this one, it has been interesting as board chair the last 2 years when the referrals come back, and I'm sitting there in real time trying to remember now who's the lead on this issue, who prompted this referral in the first place. So having that information available, sort of in print, both for the public but also just for the chair to turn and say, Supervisor Wasserman, I know this is a referral that originated in your office, I think is
where are we?
Would be useful.
Great. So with that, I really appreciate the robust discussion. That was not really entirely my goal today, but good. No, I'm kidding. It was actually very helpful. What I would like to request is that we just receive this report from me with all of the comments you've given and let me get to work, and recognizing that the budget and staffing position will be part of our budget discussions, which I would have anticipated anyway. All right? May I? Oh, great. I'm going to make a motion to receive. Yeah, just because we're receiving the report. And with all those comments and that, you know what? That's me trying to help. Tiffany, I now understand, Tiffany, why you say, don't touch that. Don't touch that button. Okay. Well, this is my first day. We're learning how. Yeah, so we have a 5-0 vote. You don't have to call the screen up again. Thank you very much, everyone. Okay, so we're going to move to item 17, and this is the Women's March, a request for a sponsorship. We have a few speakers if they're still here. I want to just acknowledge that Supervisor Cortese brought this forward with me. I see we have a light, so I'm going to take that light and then we'll move on.
Thank you, Supervisor Chavez. I'm going to recuse myself from consideration of this item. My daughter is one of the 3 leads of this year's march. She's not receiving any compensation, but through an abundance of caution and advice, I'm not going to vote on it. So my question for Rob is, do I need to actually exit the room, or can I sit here quietly?
You can sit there quietly.
Thank you.
All right. So we'll not hear a peep from you. All right. I did want to thank the organizers for sticking with this, and I'm very excited that this is moving forward again. This year, the theme is March is Our Power Counts. The theme of the March is Our Power Counts, the power in our voices, the power in unity, and the power of our votes. And the Women's March, as you know, will also be celebrating, or you may not know, the 100th anniversary of the 19th Amendment and women being granted the right to vote. It also recognizes that more work has to be done to really be inclusive of women of color and women who are non-binary, and our whole broader community is really, in fact, the new logo has woman spelt with an X instead of with man spelt with an X, and that's inclusive of the non-binary and gender diverse individuals. The march will provide multiple opportunities for participants to both register to vote, to learn how to register others, to set up booths so that our census workers can be out there really reminding people to get ready for the census. The sponsorship of $5,000 will help them get to their goal. Dave, I don't know if you wanted to make any comments before I go to the public speakers.
Yeah, only that I know that some of us, have contributors sponsored on an individual basis as well. I don't want, for whatever transparency purposes for the public, think that, individual board members aren't participating either financially or otherwise in other ways and contributing to the effort. But again, as we've talked about before, there's a need here that sort of exceeds for most of us any other way of doing it other than asking the county for a county appropriation to do it.
Thank you. And I'm going to invite up the public speakers. It's Lisa Lydell and Chandra Brooks. Welcome them.
Madam President, as they're coming up, I should just disclose for the record, I too have made a donation to this organization, but I don't feel that influences me in any way as far as my vote.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Lisa Liddell. Thank you very much for bringing this forward, and we really appreciate the support of the Board of Supervisors As you already said much of what I was going to say, thank you very much, Supervisor Chavez. The Women's March San Jose this Saturday from 11 to 2 is expected to have close to 10,000 community members in attendance, and I think more than that, given the importance of the year and the election and all. As part of the Women's March leadership team, which I've been a part of since 2017, and 2 county commission appointments, plus working with Women's Equality 2020 with the census and voters engagement groups, this year's theme, as you mentioned, Our Power Counts, is really critical since we are most definitely partnering with the U.S. Census Bureau and the county census office, and it's really critical that we get the resources to everyone in the county. So we'll do our best, and I'm even signing up to be an enumerator. Some of our speakers at the march include a woman from Lean In Latinas, our own director of the Women's Office of Women's Policy, and a high school student who represented the Black Student Union, and she's a youth activist in Milpitas. So the $5,000 will be very well spent. It's a significant year for progressive change, as we all know, and I really appreciate the investment that you all will make in the march and the event. Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Chandra Brooks, co-director of the San Jose Women's March. I just want to say thank you for considering this sponsorship, and we appreciate your past support for the Women's March. As you know, we're in our 4th year, and I joined the group probably 2 years ago as an advisory board, and I've turned into a leadership role, kind of got coerced into being in leadership because I seen the power it took to bring women of color and the Women's March leaders together to really bring unity here in Santa Clara County. So in 2017, right, we were angry and we went out there and marched. 2018, we were activated. In 2019, women took our seats at the table. Right? And in 2020, we want to remind the world that our power counts. And that's why we really aligned ourselves with census and making sure that we're reminding everybody as women that our power counts, but also our power counts in numbers and especially people of color. So we're really championing that this year and taking a partnership and aligning ourselves with census. So thank you, and we hope that you vote for our sponsorship. Thank you so much.
Thank you both for being here. Are there any other comments from the board? Dave, did you have another comment?
Sorry, no.
All right. Can we get all votes on the board? All right, Tiffany, I'm going to let you do it this time. And that passes 4-0 with one, no, not abstention. It's a recusal. Thank you. With one recusal. Thank you. All right, and thanks again for everybody. So we're going to move on then to item 18, and this is the report of our county executive.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excuse me, Madam President. Just so I understand, I guess I haven't noticed it over the years. So on the board right now it says yes, no, abstain, and no vote. That means did not vote? That's what we mean by no vote? Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure it was reflecting that she wasn't voting no. She just wasn't able to vote.
Oh, that's a good point. Oh, but up here it does say
They had a number in there that said no vote, 1.
And it isn't really away, but you're
I'm
right.
just saying it looks funny. I'll break it to Nava. Okay, thank you.
Oh. Anyway, too much coffee. Go ahead, Dr. Smith. I'm sorry.
Well, initially, all I wanted to talk about was the budget, but I can't help myself but make a comment about the last vote. I know we were all shocked 3 years ago at the degree of misogyny and racism that came up in our society and still is a major challenge. But even in this year of the woman, I'm shocked at what's going on in Britain, where the prince and his new wife feel like they need to exclude themselves from the country because she's got African American heritage. And just goes to show how much more work we need to do, and particularly for women of color, because, you know, they are really, we really have a society that's built around prejudice towards them. Anyhow, with that very positive thing, I'll move on to a more positive issue. He said facetiously about the budget. We are preparing our baseline estimates of revenue and the current level budget. We will have a mid-year budget for you in February, but I just want to give you a heads up about next year's budget, what it's looking like. It looks clearly like we'll end up with both a deficit in the general fund and in the enterprise fund. At this point, I can't give you an exact number because we're still working on it. However, we have been talking with the department heads about ways to reduce expenditures, and we'll be discussing that more with them at an executive meeting on Friday. The roll growth continues to be anemic, which means that our property tax revenues will not grow as much as they have in the past, and we are very concerned about both state and federal budget proposals. The January budget that the governor came up with looks positive, but there's lots of detail that needs to be added, particularly to what used to be called CalAIM, which is the new Medi-Cal program. Suffice it to say that if the regulations that implement it consider the current safety net needs, we should be good. However, if they do not, which is a possibility, we could be in a world of hurt with the enterprise fund losing money in the process. This federal level, we continue to watch for regulations that are designed to discourage our clients from utilizing services, and also designed to inhibit the function of the medical system, particularly a recent regulation which is designed to cripple Medi-Cal in the state. So not particularly good news. We're working hard to try to find different ways to spend money more efficiently and make a recommendation to the board that will be obviously balanced but thoughtful in operations. However, I do want to say that we're going to have to be very prudent.
Are there any questions for Dr. Smith? I just have one request, and that is that I know we've been working to get our leadership of VTA and our staff here to take a look at a whole number of issues. One of them that may have some urgency is the Express Bus 121, because we have a number of our employees that use it. And I'll just share with my colleagues that the VTA has set aside some money to try to protect some of these express buses as they're going through a transition process. This particular bus, we're not the only employer that's investing in. I think two high-tech companies are as well. And what I wanted to ask is if, Dr. Smith, if after speaking with Nuria, if you can make a decision as to whether or not you'd be recommending any action to our board. And I know she sent you a letter, and I know it came really late, so I know it couldn't be agendized today, but if it could be agendized for the next meeting, if you want to make a recommendation for us, that would be ideal.
Right. I did get the letter, and we're going to analyze it, and we'll bring it back to the board
if you decide that you want to do that. Okay. Thank you. Great. And then, Rob, are you going to channel James today?
I will. At the January 13th 2020 closed session, by unanimous vote, the board authorized the execution of a settlement negotiated by state attorneys general on behalf of securities holders relating to alleged London interbank offered rate, LIBOR, a manipulation by UBS AG. Through the settlement, the County of Santa Clara will receive $65,913.25, and that concludes our report.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions for Rob? No, then we will move on now to item 24. I'm sorry, to 20, and this is a public safety power shutoff impact report. And I believe this is an item that I brought forward, but it was with a lot of attention to some of the issues that were raised by Supervisor Wasserman. So I wanted to give staff a chance to present on this because I recognize that a number of our districts are impacted and may be in the near future. Welcome.
Thank you, President Chavez and members of the board. Gary Hersig, Deputy County Exec. Along with me today is Dana Reed, Director of Office of Emergency Management, David Flam, Assistant Director, Office of Emergency Management, and Dr. Ken Miller, EMS Medical Director. Before you today is a report back on the number of individuals, entities, and contracted cities the county and PG&E worked with during the PG&E initiated power shutoffs during October of 2019. Additional information on fiscal impacts to the county, recourse for reimbursement for those fiscal impacts, and non-disclosure agreements with PG&E were previously addressed through off-agenda memos to the board. Contained within the ledge file today is timeline of events regarding the power shutoffs, including numbers of individuals impacted and actions taken by the county to prepare and manage the events in collaboration with our op area partners. There is additional information regarding the cities, special districts, and key strategic partners the county worked with during the events. In addition, attached to the ledge file is data and information on the number of individuals contacted, number of medical baseline and M-Power individuals contacted, number of known care facilities contacted, and a summary of the public outreach done before and during the events. Also attached to the ledge file is the county's PSPS Annex, which further outlines the roles and responsibilities of the counties and cities. As to the power shutoffs themselves, the county recently reported to the Emergency Op Area Council on the PSPS events and actions taken by the county and their op area partners during the events. Further, we just completed an internal debriefing on the PSPS events, and just last week we participated in a lengthy listening and feedback session with PG&E regarding the events. Finally, we have arranged for a PG&E decision maker to be present at the February Hewlett meeting to answer questions regarding the PSP events, the ones in the past and possible future ones. So with that, the report's very robust and detailed. We'll take questions.
Great. Are there any questions or comments from the board? Mr. Wasserman, I'll start with you.
Yes, ma'am. Just a quick one. Thank you very much for what you're doing. For myself, this is very much staff presenting to staff kind of a thing, in-house, if you will. I'm really looking forward, and I know I'm not to hold my breath. I've been warned, but to the day that we have PG&E here, perhaps at Hewlett Subcommittee, perhaps at Emergency Operational Area Council, wherever it is, to get into it, because it's going to happen annually. You know, if it's not changed, if that's the new normal, then I've got a real problem with it. So, yes, President Chavez. To your point, yes, this is something that myself, my staff are on top of. I know every person there is on top of it as well, and it just can't be forgotten or non-responsible answers accepted. So this isn't over. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Ms. Ellenberg?
Thank you. I appreciated the report and getting additional information. A point that I want to raise or question is what specifically can we do going forward to ensure that the next PSPS gets coordination amongst our county entities and does not disproportionately impact low-income communities?
You want to do that one? Go ahead. The areas that David Flam, Deputy Director of the Office of Emergency Management.
The areas, thank you very much. Don't you need to restate my name? David Flam, Office of Emergency Management. The areas that the PSPS events tend to impact are in the generally more rural areas of the county. At least that's been the case to date, future events notwithstanding. We do our darn best to make sure we do outreach where we can to make sure people are aware of the potential impacts of these PSPS events, what resources are available to them, and you know, the types of, we partner with PG&E to ensure that there are resources available for charging of phones and those types of medical durable goods. We also reach out through EMS and public health and our sheriff's office to folks that are on the already recognized medical vulnerability lists that are available to us. As it relates specifically to economically, you know, disenfranchised constituents in the county, I don't know that we have a perfect mechanism to zero in on an individual, specific individuals that might be more economically vulnerable to a PSPS than the next, beyond the actions we're already taking to provide those resources and outreach and education as best we possibly can. If there are specific impacts to those individuals that we could alleviate, I think we would be certainly interested in finding out how they're being impacted and ways that we could alleviate them from our, you know, from our positions in a governmental standpoint. We know, and I think we wrote in the ledge file that some of the ways that lower socioeconomic citizens could be impacted are ways such as, you know, their students not being able to go to school and then them having to give rides to those students to school, then impacting already, you know, their ability to earn a living in an already extremely expensive area. We're definitely aware of those things. And I think solutions for those things would be extremely dynamic. I think we continue to look for those, but I don't know if there's anything specific that we can think of off the top of our head here.
Thank you. I really appreciate hearing what the sense of the culture is around this issue. When you say that you're providing education and outreach, how is that delivered? Is it directly through county sources? Is it through CBOs, faith-based organizations, other mechanisms that gets to vulnerable community members?
So what we've been doing the last 6 months to a year has been doing a lot of outreach at community events, community meetings, and so forth. We've also been using social media quite more. We have a PIO now in the Office of Emergency Management. We're in the process of adding right now a community outreach position that was added last year at the budget hearings. So we're in the final interviews for that position. So we hope to do more of that outreach in the future. But we've also any community events that are known, often board offices will contact us to appear at those events to provide information, and we're happy to do so.
Oh, that's good to hear. Thank you. I realize that this comes to Hewlett. It really impacts all of us. You could certainly argue for this, for these reports to come to FGOC and also PSJC. My committee truly is tasked with overseeing the public safety efforts. So what I'd like to ask, without doubling or duplicating your work, is that if you are making presentations to Hewlett, that a copy of reports also come to PSJC so that we can just take a look as well and have more of us all on the same page, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
Joe?
Thank you. In making my way through the material, and there's a lot of it, inevitably, well, to me, inevitably, I came to the conclusion, ultimately, I guess better word, ultimately I came to the conclusion that really when there is a public safety power shut-off, folks who need help are largely going to be dependent on the PG&E community resource centers, that's going to be their primary source of assistance. Am I reading that right?
Correct.
And I'm going to come back to that and want to explore other folks who can be of assistance. But In the two shutoffs we had, yes. The centers were in San Jose, if I remember correctly, and in South County, yes?
Yes.
And I get that, and I'm for it because both of the population centers and also places where the problem was expected to surface if it did surface. But it does leave me asking, as a district supervisor, what should I tell the folks I represent in the North County and the West Valley they're supposed to do, because there were portions of that area that were affected by these public safety power shutoffs?
I can answer that question. In fact, during the most recent listening session that we had with PG&E, I think there was recognition on their end as well that community resource centers, the CRCs, weren't as effective as they would have liked. So they've required that the county partner and identify additional sites that would make more geographical sense to the impacted areas. It should be noted that the town of Los Gatos at one point had requested a CRC through PG&E, through us to PG&E, and PG&E was not able to fulfill that response initially, but that the county stepped up to assist Los Gatos up to and including offering them the ability to get them an emergency generator to a specified location in Los Gatos to set up a CRC. They ultimately did not need that resource after all, but we are extremely aware and sensitive to the fact that having impacted areas drive potentially completely across the valley for service makes no sense at all. They also originally, PG&E chose sites that may have made some sense on some levels for some events, but at the same time having somebody that's impacted in West Valley, having them drive completely across to the north end of the county to, for example, Shoreline Amphitheater just doesn't make any sense. So we're going to partner with them, come up with some more geographically feasible sites, and my recommendation is that we try to use facilities that we have control of that aren't private, because you're always up against what those facilities might be utilized for on any given day. So we are indeed working on that.
Well, your comments anticipate my next question, which is, could you share with us a little bit more about the use and or potential use of our libraries, which I don't think have the kind of backup capacity at present that would make them ideal, but potentially could. I'm asking because I genuinely don't know. So thoughts on that front?
Well, I really appreciate the question, so thank you segueing into something that's helpful for me, quite frankly. I agree with you, and that our libraries are a great resource. We have 8 of them strategically located through the county. We need to do an assessment of what their capability is. We regularly use them for warming centers, cooling centers, clean air centers. They're a great resource in the community. They're open 7 days a week, very rarely closed on a few specific holidays. And I think that we have had some discussions with the CEO to look at the libraries as a starting point to make sure those facilities can accept, and I think one strategy that would work fairly well and would be a scale of economy would be make sure those libraries have the correct receptacles and transfer switches built into the facility to accept a standardized emergency generator showing up on site, plugging into the system, transferring from the emergency generator to the building facilities fuse box, if you will, power box, and then powering that building. And that actually goes way beyond just PSPS events. It can be used for any event. In our libraries, sometimes you lose power outside of PSPS events.
Thank you. That's an encouraging response. Supervisor Wasserman and I both serve on the library board, and Supervisor Wasserman chairs the board, so if you need me to put in a word with the chair of the board, I'm happy to do that.
Thank you.
But please, really, in all seriousness, use both of us as a resource to work with our colleagues on that board and with the library staff. I do think one of the added benefits is most people know where the library is, as opposed to a site that may be, ideal in every respect except nobody knows what it is or where it is or how to get there. And to your point, which was part of my thinking as well, while not every city is part of our system, they are dispersed pretty widely throughout the county in places where other options might be hard to come by. So I look forward to hearing, let me just give you a general encouragement. I look forward to hearing more about both making sure that the CRCs are adequate to the need and geographically well dispersed, and at the potential use of other sites, including publicly owned sites and the libraries in particular. Thank you.
On that note, the Bay Area Air Quality Management District had a bill for clean air centers. And what they were trying to do was get cities, particularly in the North Bay Area County, that were really impacted by the fires, so that there were safe places for people to go to get literally clean air. They've been trying to work with schools. I encourage them actually to work with libraries, because they're more careful about the air circulation and other things, because they're trying to protect resources. But one thing that I think would be of value is to take a look at that bill, because there may be money available to do some of what you're talking about doing. And if not, I think there is value in us having a conversation with our delegation, and particularly with Evan Lowe, who's been thinking a lot more about the about fire protection and other things. As you know, he was able to get us, I think, maybe $5 million or some significant amount of money for us to be able to start to address some of our hazardous wildfire issues. But nonetheless, I think we should see whether or not we are candidates for that resource, because it seems like we could do a lot of things with less money if we were able to choose a few regional assets, as been described by my colleague, Mr. Smidian. I wanted to follow up on one point that Supervisor Ellenberg raised, and that is around how we're addressing high-need, low-income communities. And I want to make a recommendation that I would just like some feedback from staff on, and this can be off agenda too, but just I want to make sure that I get a response to this. I think that with all the outreach we're doing, even door-to-door outreach that part of the county's doing on the census, not the content of the information necessarily, but just what we're learning about neighborhoods and the like, is an opportunity for us to do a lot more pre-mapping of areas that are going to be most impacted with any kind of disruption to power. And so, for example, I know that right now that PG&E and the CPUC work together to identify areas that they think are going to be of high risk. But there's a lot of work that we can do at a local level to help them understand what we think is going to be high risk, instead of them telling us what's going to be high risk. And so one of the questions I have is that we look at our own local standards for mapping high-risk areas with information that we're already using from a whole bunch of other parts of the county. So, for example, our public health department, I know, Dr. Miller, you're probably really familiar with this, our public health department has any number of overlays that look currently at air quality and free lunch and Title I schools, and all of that we have geo-mapped already. Is that a resource, a tool you all are accessing as you think about areas of high risk for this work? You're already doing that?
Yeah, we have a GIS section in our EOC that does all that.
And is it connected to the census and to public health right now?
Yes.
And so that
I think Dr. Miller can talk about the public health access, but yes.
Dr. Miller?
Technically challenged. Okay, here we go. Yeah, the overlay that we did use doing for both 2.5 events involved the CDC Social Vulnerability Index. So that was one overlay for a map that included the polygons of the predicted power shutdowns, as well as two other databases that were designed around persons who use durable medical equipment that are electricity dependent. So we did attempt to use a more general vulnerability layer of mapping, as well as a more specific power outage and known patient mapping.
So that's very, very good news. And does that include the school lunch issue I raised about like where we know where we're in areas where we're giving away primarily free lunches? I forgot what the program is actually called. But is that something else that we're using to determine that an area is going to be of higher risk because we're going to have significantly more low-income communities in it?
I would have to check on that. I'm not sure.
Okay, so here's what I wanted to recommend. I wanted to recommend that we get a little bit of follow-up information from PG&E, and I know I'm going to say something that's going to sound easier to do than it's going to be to do because I'm putting PG&E in it, and that is that I'd be really interested in knowing how many claims PG&E received and then how many they've paid. And this really speaks to an issue that, Mike, that you raised about some of the impact on the smaller businesses that I wasn't clear, like how I would know what was the actual financial impact, how many people thought they were financially impacted, did they know to go to PG&E to get, a reimbursement? And I think understanding that, and I recognize there's going to be some information that they will not make public, like we're not going to know the name, but we could know the results, and then how many have they paid to date of those? I think that might be helpful to understand. And then the other thing I don't know, and maybe you all do know this, because when I was looking at the report, I had a difficult time, honestly, distinguishing what did you do on behalf of PG&E, what did PG&E actually do. I think in some ways that was good because what you were showing is how much you work together. But like, for example, I didn't know if PG&E had been investing in low-income communities prior to these events to get the word out. So, for example, did they go to, Somos Mayfair and ask them to do, or pay them actually as a contractor to go out and have conversations with their promotores? I just didn't know if we know the answer to that.
I don't believe they did that. They just simply notified their current customer list base and
In the traditional ways they do.
Exactly.
Okay. So then what I'm going to request is that as this comes back to Hewlett, that we highlight, if we know, bless you, if we know what we did for vulnerable communities outside of that, like if there was anything that they did, I want to give them a little credit for that. If not, fine, I think we can have a different approach. But I am very interested in knowing how many people put in claims, did those claims get paid, and in general, where did those claims come from? And then I think I may send to Hewlett a list of questions that we didn't really get answered here, not because of you, but just they were more PG&E, CPUC questions that we'll get to you. Great, thank you.
I just want to also just state, we'll request the information from BG like we've requested them to come, but we can't make them or force them to provide us anything.
Well, and I see Joe leaning in just on that. Is it on that point?
No.
So just to finish that thought, I think it's okay to copy the board on the requests made for information. I'm going to make my requests through you so that they're connected. I mean, so we're not sending them 32 letters. But I think it's just CC us, and if they don't respond, then it becomes our responsibility to figure out how to engage them.
Sure.
I'm going to take, Joe, did you have another comment? No? Okay. So we have a motion to receive the report with a little bit of feedback. I want to thank you all very much. It was a very fulsome report, and we'll get some more thoughts directly to you, Mike, as the chair of Hewlett. And so we've made a motion to, we're just receiving the reports. We're just waiting. All votes have been cast, and the results are, drum roll, that passes 5-0. Thank you very much for the work. All right, so we're moving on now to item 24, and this is the 2017 state audit of the Registrar Voters Report. What I would like to request is that if you all want to give just a brief overview, and then we can go to the board for questions. I don't have any speaker cards on this item, right? Okay. Is that all right with everybody? Do you want to hear a little bit from them, and then we'll go to the board? Okay.
Thank you, Supervisors. My name is Shannon Boucher, Registrar of Voters, and with me I have Virginia Bloom, Assistant Registrar of Voters. So I was asked to report on the progress made under the 2017 state legislative audit. So I won't go into the detail of the 10 recommendations that were in there, that you have that information in the report. But the state auditor had received a request in early 2017 to conduct an audit of the Registrar of Voters office regarding errors that occurred with the production and distribution of election materials to voters. So during the month of March of 2017, the ROV was notified of the audit and was informed by the state auditor that their staff would be coming down to participate in the audit. So the auditors did come down. They interviewed many of our staff and went over our documentation. And then the audit was officially issued in October of 2017 with a total of 10 recommendations for the Registrar of Voters. So since that time, we have done 4 report backs in December of 17, April of 2018, October of 2018, and October of 2019. So we are required to report back till all 10 items are completed. So as of to date, we have submitted a total of 318 different new procedures, documents, and policies pursuant to the audit so far to the state auditor. So out of the 10 recommendations, they have deemed 8 of the recommendations complete and 2 of the remaining recommendations partially complete. So the audit has led to a great number of changes in our office, including written documentation, formalized training, and contingency plans should errors occur in our voting materials. But this is a multi-year process. This is going to continue to take us time to complete the documents, and with the ongoing new legislation each year and new implementations and new equipment going on in this current year, we will be updating those procedures also. So that's about a short summary.
Any comments or questions, Supervisor Cortese? May I start with you?
Yes, I just, the last piece of this that I'm concerned about, and I don't really remember how specifically it was brought up earlier in a prior board meeting, but is making sure that there's written responses back to candidates who have, in this cycle, who have registered, who have delivered correspondence, I guess would be the best way to put it. I don't want to characterize the correspondence as complaints per se, or inquiries or concerns or whatever, but I think I'd like to see responses go back to the ones that we know of, you know, in a sort of in a documented way.
Sure.
I would leave the content and the substance of that, you know, up to our registrar. I'm not trying to dictate to you what to say or to I'm not asking necessarily for any kind of mea culpa or anything. Some of them may be absolutely confused or incorrect in what they're, you know, the way they're interpreting the rules or the way they thought they were responded to. And we had a couple of those. I think we've been trying to file with the clerk, what my office has, whatever has come in. One was from Assembly Member Evan Lowe as a candidate for re-election, which I noted last time was a little bit concerning, because my recollection is that he's the one at the state level who did the referral for the joint legislative audit in the first place. I have the exact comments. I can pass those on to you if you don't have them.
That would be great. I don't
inside
have his
quotation
for...
marks, you know, so you have them. I don't know, unless my colleagues want, or desire that, I don't think it's necessary to read through those now. Similarly, Carmen Montano, a candidate, I believe, for an assembly seat, has written in essentially, in her case, asked that her comments be made part of public comment by writing. So if we haven't already, we'll make sure the clerk gets that. The other two would be, and these were verbal complaints that were at some length conveyed to me. Candidate John Laird, I would just ask you to reach out to him and see if there's any kind of a response justified. But if there is, I think, again, I just think from I don't want to stretch the term board policy too much, but from a board policy standpoint up here, I think we should be looking on a professional basis for those kind of complaints or responses or inquiries or concerns to be responded to in writing, again, based on your best judgment as to what the proper response is. But I'd ask you to reach out because the flip side of it is if a concern or an inquiry like that is conveyed to me or any one of us, I don't think we're in a position to respond appropriately on your behalf. Okay. I just think it needs to come from you, and I think what's appropriate is for whoever that comes to, especially if it's an elected official, to just sort of deposit that concern with you and ask you to respond accordingly. And the other one is current council member and supervisor candidate Carrasco, Magdalena Carrasco. I would just ask that you reach out to her. Her concerns were expressed to me actually just a few days before the filing deadline, with some concerns about misunderstandings that occurred in the process. Maybe that's a good way to put it for today. So that's all I have. I don't know if my colleagues have any other concerns that they've received. I take these as constituent concerns, even though I participate in the process as a candidate as well and as an elected official. I just want to ask for that work to be done just like any other constituent response that we would ask administrative support on. But in this case, of course, because we have this public audit response sort of as a backdrop, that's why I'm asking that the response, particularly in this case today, asking that the responses to the people in this cycle just be note and filed publicly with the clerk so that they're available as supplemental information to this report today. If my colleagues have no concern with that, I would just ask that that be part of the motion for receiving or adoption of this report.
Thank you.
Is that clear? I mean, is there any objection to that? I don't.
No, and we'll reach out to your office because have not received a copy of a couple of these, so I'd be happy to reach out to them. And one, I did leave a message and haven't got a return call, but we'd be happy to take care of that.
Yeah, well, if 4 complaints on the one hand is as many as we got through an entire election cycle, or concerns or inquiries or misunderstandings, that's probably not a bad track record. On the other hand, for them, they're probably entitled to a response. Thank you. And we will get you the specific information that was tendered to us.
Yes.
That's all I have, President Chavez.
Thank you.
Thank you for the report. I appreciate that you're moving toward completion of all of the recommendations. The goal, of course, is improved performance in operation, and I'd like to hear a little bit about what you have in place that will help monitor the implementation of those recommendations, some kind of system of continuous improvement, so we know that the recommendations are actually having their intended effect.
Well, we are working with all of our managers. We have 12 divisions in our department, so we've been working with each manager to help formalize and put their policies and procedures in place. Some of them are at different steps in the process and in the process of updating those. We are doing an internal analysis anytime there is an error, whether it is out into the public voting materials as this audit requires, or internally not affecting the outside voting materials. We analyze that. We go into, it's not a blame game in the office. What it is more of, we have to know exactly what happened and how this happened so that we can prevent this from stopping, so we can stop it from happening in the future. So what we're doing, the issues, for instance, in the candidate services for this last nomination period, we developed a folder. We've been putting down every little thing that happens as it happens so that we're having a debriefing so that we can go over every item in more in-depth this coming month so that we can make sure we're looking at how to prevent these, because we have the nomination period opening again in July for the November election. So we are going over this. We have a new manager in that division that started just a couple months ago in the middle of this nomination period. So we're going over internal processes and procedures with her being new. I mean, she wasn't part of this, so we'll be going over what we expect from her, as with other managers, if there are any other issues that arise. I mean, we take this very seriously. I know elections are very complex and very difficult, and it's very challenging to get to 100% perfection, and we aim to keep going that way and closing the gap so that we can reach there. So we are very concerned about the processes inside.
And this, of course, is a very critical year because not only do you have the implementation of the audit recommendations, but basically a new system with the voter's choice. So I really would like to feel confident that there are enough checks and opportunities for oversight in place so that we really are double and triple checking every aspect as we move through this really, really large operation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other comments from my colleagues? Supervisor Simidian?
A question, I think, and if I may, through the chair, through the county council. I know that county council provides advice and direction to your office, and I see county council's representative seated behind you. So through the chair, through the assistant county council, I guess the question I would ask is, how does that work? I'm trying to ask myself sitting here, is there a lot of these are just legal questions. What do the rules require, permit, prohibit? And, I think asking your desk staff to be lawyers, in fact, if not in license, it can be challenging. So I'm just trying to figure out how do we preventing folks second-guessing the judgments or decisions after the fact. Anybody?
So, Supervisor Rob Coelho, Assistant County Counsel. I'll try to provide a response to the extent I can. We have one deputy specifically assigned to the Registrar of Voters as a primary attorney. In addition, we have a backup attorney to assist, and during election time, often they're both working full times as needs arise. I'll defer to James Williams in terms of additional resources that may be valuable given the crucial nature of elections and the really timely response that's required to what are often legal questions from the ROV. But the way we're currently providing the legal advice is through face-to-face meetings, office hours, and then being available whenever phone calls arise, and spending a fair amount of time at the ROV as needed as the election cycle proceeds.
I was interested to hear you say, and pleased, not surprised, that the level of attention goes up during election time. To the extent that these filing issues are a challenge, I guess what I would ask is, whenever we take whatever action we're going to take here in a moment, which is to receive the report, that we just ask the registrar and the county counsel's office to give some thought to whether or not there is a way that might helpfully supplement that support during the filing period in particular. I mean, it's an intense, 3 weeks? And when folks come in, I don't want to both make the request and give the answer. But I mean, even a senior paralegal who was skilled in some of this area might be of help when you get a flood of these very specific questions. And, colleagues, I'm sure, many of you are aware, but the public has no reason to be aware. My recollection is that some of these rules are not only, they're different even from office to office on the same ballot. So you've got people who say, what's the rule about? And, now I'm going to test my own knowledge, and we'll see if the legal team and the registrar staff can remember. My recollection, for example, is that when I ran for the Board of Supervisors, both way back when and more recently, I was prohibited from making any reference to partisan position or my party status or endorsement by any particular political party. Am I remembering that right?
There is a prohibition on local offices for mentioning your party affiliation, but not the endorsement by a political party. Yeah, there are so many different rules.
Yeah, and
just
see,
like
that's
you
my
said.
point. There are these variations that are so nuanced that unless the question gets asked exactly the right way and then answered with extraordinary precision and nuance as well, and somebody points out this answer means this, it doesn't mean that, and my recollection is that there are some different rules for the feds than there are for the state. I mean, just as an example, and I don't mind raising this because happily I'm unopposed for re-election, but I believe my name still appears on the ballot, yes?
Yes.
Okay. On the other hand, my recollection is that there are some either city council or school board races in the county where if there are only a sufficient number of folks to fill 2 seats, they don't have an election, quote unquote, right?
Correct.
So if I walked up and said, well, there's only one of me and there's only 1 seat to fill, that means there's no election. The answer is no, your name is still on the ballot and you still have to get, presumably, at least 1 vote. On the other hand, if I walked up and said, well, there are only 2 people running for the 2 seats on this city council, their names are still on the ballot, you'd say, no, there's no election if there's only 2 people for the 2 seats, yes?
Correct.
Yeah, well, no wonder everybody's confused. So I think, again, Mr. Coelho and Ms. Boucher, I'd ask in a minute that we just ask ourselves whether there's a way to sort of supplement what we provide in the way of legal review or support when we go through that time. That might, and if you come back and say it's a bad idea, I wouldn't second guess that either, but I think it's a possible path. Thank you.
On this item, I just wanted to, first, Shannon, for you and your staff, given the recommendations and the volume of recommendations you got through a lot of them. And so I just want to acknowledge that was not an easy thing, and congratulations on that. I do want to say that I'm not necessarily comfortable with what Supervisor Simitian, I understand you're recommending it as something to look at. I know you have a big sign there that says we don't give legal advice. And so understanding the difference between that which is legal advice that can or can't be given at the counter and how quickly information goes from the counter to council so that we can get those issues responded to, I think is very, very important. Because I understand the point that Supervisor Simitian is raising. I think the second issue is that I have 2 other candidates that I will also forward to you that were given information that had them fill out a form with our staff incorrectly. Then we reached out to them to let them know it was filled out incorrectly. But from the time that the form was filled out incorrectly to the time the candidate was noticed, was so tight as to for some people to have to need to overnight their forms. Now, having been there on the last day, one of those late people, I completely understand that for a lot of people that wait till the last minute, that they sort of bring the problem on themselves, which I would have done had I made a mistake or someone given me wrong information. But for a number of for the 2 candidates that raised concerns with me, they'd actually filled out their paperwork relatively early, got feedback that there was a mistake relatively late. And so from a process perspective, I think both constituent complaints need to get to you, Shannon, like day of, and or to somebody. Those that may have a legal implication, I think council needs to be notified more quickly. And we do, and we're going to make errors, I think. It's just a big, I don't want to say that you should. I'm just saying that there's a lot of moving parts. So the mechanism for remedying them is what I'm also interested in us taking a look at. I think that given just how busy you're going to be from now until March, that what I would like to ask, because this was a referral that came from Supervisor Cortese, and that he wanted, and I appreciate that it came to the full board. I think we might want to do the lessons learned in the not March, sorry. That you didn't grab your heart then, Shannon, was good restraint. But after the election, even if it's for a brief, here's what we learned, because we're moving back into an even bigger election in the fall, would be really valuable. And I don't know if that's appropriate. I think it may be appropriate just to have that discussion at FGOC, but I will defer to the chair of FGOC if he's comfortable with that.
Come on, White, stay on. Absolutely. That would be fine. A good idea. Gives us a little bit of time to regroup. If I may, President Chavez, not to prolong the conversation or whatever, but I think, I know Supervisor Smitty gave one example, but I do think there's some areas where sort of some legal uniformity in support ahead of time. I think ahead of time is the operative phrase would be helpful. I will tell you, when we submit these comments, what Shannon will see is that a lot of it has to do with people wanting to use a ballot designation that, I don't know, may or may not be legal. I mean, you can't have a sign there that says we don't give legal advice, but then say you can't use your title as city council member of thus and so. I mean, this is what Carmen Montano is asserting. That, and then that they picked up the official designations after filing closed, and somebody else used the designation that they were told they couldn't use. I mean, this creates conflict. As Joe said, no wonder everyone's confused. Now, whether they're all wrong and the registrar gave perfectly consistent advice, at the counter, at the time, real time, orally, which is always subject to misinterpretation, it seems like. Who knows? I'm not making an allegation here, but there's got to be a way in some of those areas. I mean, I like what Supervisor Smitty is saying, is just say, you're not going to answer, there's no way you can anticipate every question, I get it. But you could say, here's some of the past questions that have come up, and this is how we've answered them, and make sure council's comfortable with that as part of the advanced packet that goes out, similar to other advice that you give. So I just wanted to
I
chime
think
in
that's
on
right.
that. That's all.
So we'll then, as part of this action, we will, I think I have the wrong action up on my screen. Let me just look real quick. As this action, we would receive the report and then request a lessons learned checked in to FGOC in June.
Excellent.
Yes, that would be the motion. Yeah, okay.
Do you want me to make that? Did you make
Yeah, I'm fine with you doing that, Dave. I just jumped in there on accident.
All right, I second the
Sorry.
motion.
All right. Has everybody had a chance to vote? Great. All right, all votes have been cast, and that passes unanimously with a good luck in March, and Shannon, will see you after that. Thank you. We're now going to go on to item 25. And this is the public notification and access to code violation reports. Supervisor Smitty, and I know this was your request, so I was going to lean in and let you start us off.
Thank you, and that will be even clearer in future if we take your good recommendation earlier to make sure that the referrer is referenced when there are referrals coming back in response. Let me say thank you to Ms. Anshano and her team for working this matter through. This frankly took longer than I had hoped it would, not because of Ms. Anshano and her team, but 15 months later, what I thought was a simple request, which is could we please just let the public know when there's a notice of violation on projects, which doesn't sound that complicated, but it took longer than it might have, but we're here. That's good. Colleagues, I bring you a problem, but I also bring you a solution on this, which is that the staff, I think, has made the case that this probably fits the definition of a departmental policy rather than a board policy. The challenge or problem that I was concerned about is that that means that tomorrow, if somebody wanted to, at the department level, they could simply say, we're not doing that anymore after 15 months worth of process, or they could amend it significantly in some way that was problematic. I don't expect that to happen, but one thing I've learned during my years here is that board members come and go, and our good intentions don't always outlast us. So what I would like to suggest as a solution, and I think it will work for planning, is to simply say, I'm prepared to move the recommended action, but with the direction, which is simply to receive the report, but to provide direction, Dr. Smith, to staff that any amendment or rescission of the policy at the departmental level would require 60 days notice to our board. And in that way, if somebody made the unexpected judgment to say, that's too much work, we don't want to notify the public anymore, that if any member of the board, myself included, could then say, no, that's important. If the department doesn't want to do it and we need to provide direction, then we should. So with your permission, Madam Chair, I'll make the motion, but I'm guessing you want to hear from staff first that works for them, and I see that other colleagues have their lights on as well.
Dave, did you have a comment?
No, I'm sorry.
I think we have a motion and I'll make a second. I think this was an issue I appreciated you bringing up, so I think if all members are interested in voting, or would they like to hear a presentation?
I don't need a presentation. I'd make a
question?
comment when I may.
Go, make it now.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I don't have any cards.
Thank you. I have a couple of specific things and happy to leave this with you just for your reference afterwards, if this is okay to the motion maker and the seconder. On package page 327 of the policy under the Tier 1 procedures, it says that a property with code violation information would show, at minimum, the violation location and address, violation record number, violation type, violation status, assigned staff number, yada, yada. I think this information is appropriate and all that is needed, but what I would like to do in order to avoid adding inappropriate information is strike the word at minimum. So that way it would read, a property with code violation information would show the violation location and address, and we get rid of at a minimum, which could be subjective and all the rest. So that would be number one I would ask of the motion maker and the seconder. Secondly, add a subsequent sentence after that sentence that says, no personal identifying information such as property owner, tenant, or business name will be shown. You're nodding head, so that's yes. Yes, you're both nodding heads.
That's a problem for me, and I'll tell you why in a minute.
Thank you. And what I was saying there is that we were listing, of course, it would have the address and it would show up on a parcel map and everything else, but I didn't want to put Tom Jones and have that family name, and then there's children and who knows what. Last bullet. Also, I want to confirm that both Tier 1 and Tier 2 violations are removed 30 days after they are resolved and closed.
That is correct.
That was a question I had. I couldn't find it, so I wasn't certain. Wanted to ask it open. Thank you, both motioner and seconder.
Here's some back and forth, if we may, Supervisor Chavez, on this one. I actually had concerns about the 30 days, eliminating it.
I'm a big privacy guy.
And as you know, elected officials being the way they are, I will take credit for that. So good on us. Here's the thing. If I go to SCC Dine Out, I have a history of what the inspections have been at a particular restaurant, And that's helpful and important because while somebody may have a 92 on their current score, if they've had 58s and 62s in the prior two reports, that's public information. That's information to which the public is entitled, and it's of record, and it's in our files. So the only question is, do we want to make it hard for people to look at public information? My argument would be if it's public information, we ought to be making it easy for them if it affects the public well-being. I'm willing to live with the 30 days, but I just want staff to understand I considered seriously saying, no, it ought to stay there. If somebody's got a record of violations going back 10 years, well, that's information that the public may want to have access to. And it's a matter of public record. If I came and did a California Public Records Act request, you'd provide the information because it's public information. So 30 days is, in my judgment, a generous compromise, and I'll let it go at that since I'm going to take yes for an answer, and I think you are too.
That's just what I was going to do. Take yes for an answer.
Take yes for an answer.
Thank you.
That being said, I think you kind of need to know who the property owner is. That's kind of the point is, that's like saying, well, we're going to give you access to that restaurant report. We're just not going to tell you which restaurant it is. Well, I kind of need to know that. And if there's a violation, I kind of need to know who the property owner is. Now, I take Supervisor Wasserman's point, which is you don't want to provide that in a way that allows people to be harassed in some way, but we're not providing their personal address. We're not providing their personal phone number. We're providing the address of the place where a violation has occurred, yes?
That is correct. However, I would like to say that oftentimes the violation is at a residence.
Fair enough. And by the same token, I don't know if there's a violation at a site, we need to know who the owner of the site is if we're going to try and make sure going forward that we hold that site accountable.
If I may, Supervisor Jacqueline and Chair Chavez.
You jump in there, Jack.
We do keep confidential the information of the property owner within the Department of Planning and Development. We may want to consider that is a privacy issue, but it's at the prerogative of the board members.
Well, maybe we can split the difference here and say if it's an individual owner, we could keep the information private. I'm thinking out loud, and it may not be a good idea, candidly. But if it's an institutional owner, including a corporation or a partnership, an LLC, a trust, or Lehigh Cement, where we had a notice of violation, Stanford University, where we had a notice of violation, I kind of think the point is to let the public know that that's what's happening.
We are currently developing technology that would allow us to display that information to the public.
Supervisor, would you find it helpful if we directed, if somebody picked up the phone and called you and said, hi, I see that there's property at 123 Main Street that's in violation, who's the owner, what would you tell them?
We would not give them the property owner's information. We would tell them that a violation existed on that property. Additionally, we would inform them if the violation was...
And yet that's information somebody could get, presumably, if they came down and asked for the assessor's records, yes?
That is correct.
But you want to take what is public information and make it harder, and I'm not trying to pick on you, I'm trying to pick on my colleague, actually, but you want to take what is public information and make it harder for somebody to access that public information?
No, if I may, what we want to do is keep property owners safe. We have situations where sometimes residents are against each other, and so we don't want to be party to those situations.
I would be willing as the maker, if the seconder is amenable, to direct staff to not to display the ownership information if it's an individual, but if it's an institutional owner, including a corporation, a partnership, a nonprofit, then that we would display the owner. Does that work for you, Supervisor Chavez? We can give that a try, see how it works for a year, and come back if there are issues, either in terms of disclosing too much or not disclosing enough. Supervisor Wasserman, would that work for you?
Thank you. I appreciate the compromise position. I also see a distinction between, you've got a, what do you call them, level 1 and level 2?
Correct. Tier 1, Tier 2.
Tier 1, Tier 2, I remember it wasn't quite level. Tier 1, Tier 2, and the Tier 2 being the more serious.
Correct.
Correct? So I understand and respect what you're saying about public information. It's the Tier 2 offenses that are of most concern to me for public safety purposes. If somebody's, has taken down a retaining wall or built a retaining wall without a permit that you don't know will hold up the dirt during the rain. If somebody's done some modification via cut and fill that results in the water off their property that used to drain on their property, that now will drain off of their property onto other properties or sediment into creeks. It's those kinds of things. One concern that I've had over the years with the use of names is, and this is maybe totally out of left field, but sometimes people use a person's names to assume ethnicities. They get into, and issues become, they assume from a last name that somebody's a certain religion. They assume from a last name somebody's a certain something. May or may not be true. Totally irrelevant. Okay? And so I was trying to be more confidential than I normally am. He's absolutely correct. You could take the address, 123 Main Street, and come down here and put it in the computer and pull it up and know who it is. I do like the idea as a compromise if needed, and I will support it, is that if it's an individual, we leave the name off, and the person calling in can simply go and pick it up. But us not assisting in that, I like that. If it's anything but an individual, partnership, LLC, trust, whatever, that is disclosed, because that is also public record and of record. Does that work for the two motion makers and seconders?
That's where I am.
Okay.
It's not my first choice, but that's in an effort to
compromise.
To
And I
round
can
up 5
support
votes
that.
is what I'm
All
really.
right. So we have a motion and we have a second and we have a third.
Mike.
So is there any more discussion on this item?
The one other thing I would say is Supervisor Wasserman asked if the phrase at minimum could be scratched, and I'm prepared to accommodate that if the seconder is as well,
Absolutely.
with the direction that any other amendments or elimination of the policy would require 60 days notice before it was made. Thank you.
Very good. All votes have been cast, and that passes unanimously.
Thank you very much.
I was a Dr. Simidian. I want to thank Joe, and also Jack and the staff, thank you for that good work. I know there was a lot of interest in that from the board. We're going to move on now to item number 26, and this is affordable housing on the Civic Center campus site report. And what I'd like to do, if it's okay, we have a few speakers. I want to ask the staff to do a very brief presentation, and only because it's this site, and I'm going to also just alert legal counsel that if we stray where you'd asked us not to, that you jump in. Don't wait for me to look at you. All right?
Thank you. Key Lee, Director, County Office of Supportive Housing. I'm here with Dave Berry from Facilities and Fleet and Lizanne Reynolds. Based on the conversation, discussion, and direction from the November Finance Government Operations Committee, we have prepared this report on the affordable housing development plans for what we call Civic Center Site D. Essentially, we are providing the board with an update. On November 5th, the board approved a study to determine the feasibility of reusing or renovating the old former city hall. That study is underway, and the initial results of that study should be available in April 2020. We believe waiting until that feasibility is complete would give the administration, would provide the administration the opportunity to present a sort of more comprehensive and optimal development plans for the full site for the board's consideration later this year. Having said that, we also have presented in the reports other options for the board's consideration.
So, colleagues, let me just say that what I would like the staff to begin doing, I think it's, we had a very significant debate about this over 2 years ago. It feels like, is it 2 years now? Over folks wanting us to build affordable housing in the annex. Is that right? Year and a half. Okay. So one of the things that we said is we're going to be urgent. We're going to have a solution. We're going to do it quickly, and we're going to do it in like an hour. So I don't want us to do anything consecutively that we could be not, so that we could be acting. I want us to act concurrently. So here's what I mean by that. I'm very interested in us going out and having a conversation with the neighborhood about the options that you're going to be presenting to the board now. We should have their feedback before the feasibility study is complete. Second, I want to make sure when this comes back to the board that it comes back to us with recommendations that include you had a chart here that looked at parking spaces and other impacts. I also want to make sure, let me just find that page, and I'm looking at packet page 336 for my colleagues. I also want to look at speed. Like, we don't have timing on here as an option. How fast can we do it? So when you come back with recommendations, how fast can we do it is going to be really critical to me to understand. I will also say to my colleagues that I'm asking staff to take a look at whether or not we can look at this site to provide housing for victims of domestic violence using the permanent supportive housing framework that we have. I don't want to deviate from that, but I definitely want us to look at more permanent supportive housing and also permanent supportive housing for victims of domestic violence. The other thing here I think that's really exciting is that we do not, and we're not producing, from my perspective, enough family housing anyway. So this is an opportunity for us to make sure that we're building something with 1 or 2 or 3 bedrooms instead of SROs or 1 single bedroom. So that, to me, is very important. And I want to acknowledge one of the things that we're learning. Our staff has been doing an amazing job of working with other partners to focus on homelessness prevention, which is something absolutely we need to do. What we're finding is that almost 1/3 of the people that we're preventing from becoming homeless are families that are victims of domestic violence. So this is clearly something that we need to address. So anyway, those would be my recommendations. I'm a little more interested, just to highlight this, that we look at the Mission Street location as a preferred option for housing, in part because of its proximity to San Jose PD. We have a model like that that works somewhere else in the county that I'd like to not highlight because I don't want to attract anybody to a domestic violence shelter, but I think that model has worked really effectively for this other community that I would like to encourage that we take a look at. And again, I just want to make sure before we give direction to you all that we've gone out and talked to the community. The community's been very patient with us. We've come out to them with so many different etchings that we're going to have to settle down with them pretty soon. Are there any? Yeah, I would make that as a motion. Are there any comments from my colleagues?
Can you just clarify exactly what the motion is other than receiving this report
It's receiving
today?
the report, but having them investigate whether or not we can put housing that's focused on victims of domestic violence in whatever comes forward, that we're looking at more than 1 bedroom. And that, oh, thank you. Tiffany says, don't you go rolling. We have speakers. That also that we're including as part of our assessment how quickly we could get the development done.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And we do have 2 public speakers. And one is Marcela from the Office of Congresswoman, Councilmember Carrasco, and Huascar Castro from SV at Home. Welcome. Come forward.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
You're going to go to the podium right here. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, dear Honorable Santa Clara. I'm reading a letter on behalf of Councilmember Magdalena Carrasco, and my name is Marisela Lechuga, a legislative advisor. Dear Honorable Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors, I write in support of Santa Clara County Supervisor Cindy Chavez's proposal to build permanent supportive housing for survivors of domestic violence at the Civic Center campus. As a council member in one of the most vulnerable communities in Santa Clara County, I understand firsthand the hurdles families face when trying to access housing in our county. Survivors of domestic violence face even more unimaginable challenges. Too often, survivors of domestic violence have no other choice but to return to abusers, not because they want to, but because the alternative means homelessness for them and their children. Resulting from a lack of safe, stable, and affordable housing options, survivors too often are forced to suffer in silence. This permanent supportive housing, such as the one proposed today, is a critical step towards eradicating domestic violence, and I hope you will join Supervisor Chavez in supporting this much-needed proposal. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Well, Scott?
Good afternoon, President Chavez, members of the board. On behalf of SV at Home's vast membership, we are pleased to be here in support of having an affordable housing component within the Civic Center Master Plan. In particular, we would like to commend the idea of putting affordable housing specifically for domestic violence survivors near crucial services offered by the county, law enforcement, as well as an in-depth set of wraparound services to be offered on-site within these developments. Many victims of domestic violence and their families are in extremely vulnerable states and are desperately looking for housing opportunities where they can also receive the proper assistance to move on with their lives. We would like to commend the leadership of Supervisor Chavez for making this a priority within the overall vision of the Civic Center Master Plan. Thank you for your leadership, for recognizing the need for affordable housing, and for identifying opportunities to provide help for residents who are struggling to find safe, healthy housing solutions for themselves and their families. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here. Any other comments from my colleagues? I just want to make sure everybody's had a chance to vote. Thank you. All votes have been cast. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. All right. So we're now going to move on to item 27, and this is acquisition of closed-circuit cameras. Joe, do you need a presentation, or what would you like to do? I think this was one you held, so.
I'm ready to lean in if you'd like me to, Madam Chair.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you for responding to my comments and requests. I'm prepared to move approval as submitted.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second? Okay, now everybody's had a chance to vote. And all votes have been cast. And that passes 5-0. Thank you. You were very persuasive. Stay there. Yes, we're going to also focus on 28 next. Or whoever's supposed to stay there. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you stay. Supervisor Simitian.
Thank you to all parties for responding to my comments and requests. I am prepared to lean forward and move approval, but not before I say thank you again to Mr. Coelho for his help in shepherding this process, and to Mr. Shapiro, who has brought his privacy expertise, and to the rest of the team who's taking their seats apparently, but who need not be troubled, because I'm leaning forward to say thank you. And
we have a motion, a second. See if my colleagues have had a chance to vote. Thank you again for your good work. And that passes unanimously. Colleagues, have this as our last item, because we don't have anything that was removed from consent, do we? All right. Then we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam President. Madam Poobah.
This is the ordinance list for the Board of Supervisors meeting of Tuesday, January 14, 2020. Item number 36, introduction and preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.20.62, amending Santa Clara County salary ordinance number NS-5.20, relating to the compensation of employees within one manager, care manager position, 7 half-time patient services case coordinator positions, 2 3/5 times patient services case coordinator positions, 3 4/5 times patient services case coordinator positions, and 4 patient services case coordinator positions, and adding 4 half-time inpatient case manager positions, 1 3/5 time inpatient case manager position, 2 4/5 time inpatient case manager positions, 35 inpatient case manager positions, 1 manager rehabilitation case management position, 3 half-time rehabilitation case manager positions, 1 3/5 time rehabilitation case manager position, 1 4/5 time rehabilitation case manager position, and 10 rehabilitation case manager positions in Santa Clara Valley Medical Center, and amending the salary schedule to add classifications of inpatient case manager, manager, rehabilitation case manager, per diem patient case manager, and rehabilitation case manager, abolish the classifications of patient services case coordinator, patient service case coordinator -U, and patient services case coordinator -EH, retitle the classification of manager of care management to manager, care management, and increase the salary of manager, care management classification by approximately 4.5%. Item number 37, introduction and preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.20.63, amending Santa Clara County salary ordinance number NS-5.20, related to compensation of employees within 1 3/5 health services representative position, 1 4/5 health services representative position, 18 health services representative positions, and 1 senior health service representative position, and adding 1 4/5 EKG technician position, 1 3/5 senior health services representative position, 17 senior health services representative positions, 1 supervising health services representative 1 position, and 1 surgery scheduler position in the Santa Clara Valley Medical Center. Item number 39, introduction and preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.20.66, amending Santa Clara County salary ordinance number NS-5.20, related to compensation of employees, adjusting salaries for employees represented by engineers and scientists of California, Local 20. AFL-CIO and CLC providing for a 3% wage increase at early salary levels. Item number 41, introduction and preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.20.67, amending Santa Clara County salary ordinance number NS-5.20, relating to compensation of employees, adjusting salaries for employees represented by Registered Nurses Professional Association, RMPA, providing for a 3% wage increase and 4% realignment for all classifications represented by RMPA. Item number 53, introduction and preliminary adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.20.69, amending Santa Clara County salary ordinance number NS-5.20, related to compensation of employees within 1 half-time janitor position, 1 half-time librarian 2, or librarian 1 position, and 1 library technician position, and adding buyer 3, or buyer 2, or buyer 1 janitor position, 1 library 2, or library 1 position in Santa County Library District. Resuming ordinance list report for Board of Supervisors meeting of Tuesday, January 14, 2020.